Pick up the phone, Well, hello and welcome back. It's week 2 here at Playfly College Esports. We've kicked Seymour to the curb, not because he was bad, but because we got Marky back in here. He was too busy for us last week, but I'm happy to have you back on the desk with me, Marky.
Yeah, you know, I was on the dean's list doing some stuff for the university because, you know, Vinny and I are back to college, guys. Here we are. The semester is upon us, and so is collegiate esports.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun. I'm super excited to get back into the action. We got an action-packed day to get things kicked off here. And first and foremost, we got Dakota State University, a program that I haven't had the opportunity or the privilege to get to talk about, up against a team that I've actually had the privilege to talk about a lot in Ashland University. That's our first matchup as we dive right back in to Open Premier week number 2. Marky, first and foremost, anything jump out at you? You enjoying either of these two programs?
Yeah, man. I think that when I was kind of reading about them, I think that Ashland, as we know, has a little bit of a history to them. You know, like, it kind of puts a smile on my face, but like, now I think that we were kind of talking about in the pregame, like, you kind of look and a lot of these like universities do have like some history. Now that we've been doing this collegiate thing for a couple of years now, you can actually track back and see that, like, dude, they had some cool ECL players kind of come through. We know Austin, not like the Nade guy, but like the guy with the double capital A. He used to be an ECL player. He went to this college, Ashland University. I believe Truck Lover we read as well went to this university. Just some fun stuff to come up here. But I know that definitely bodes well for, you know, what's to trickle down in the process for these fellas. Obviously, I'm a big fan of the Tuffy the Eagle, bro. Throwing out a couple of punches himself, you know. I could probably box him, you know.
I'm glad you were punching the other way. I didn't want to get in. I don't want to be throwing hands with you out here. But yeah, no, you know what else bodes well as we jump into this action? It's the fact that Ashland took a win over the GMU Patriots, who are a big team. I mean, they made it very deep. They made finals in fall open, or yeah, not open, but varsity. Made it deep into another collegiate league. Like, this is pretty good. Opening start, both of these teams 1-0, but Spaz unchecked, and they've all walked by.
And he still waits. 3 players in CT spawn right now. Zion has gotten this kill. Spaz now very close. David Dillon's gone down, so they keep this one alive. But Lunchbox, I think he is the next up on the chopping block here, is now right out of the back line. It's that frag that comes back at the big box.
A little bit more to do. HP starting to get low, but Zion all alone. And it's Pelican trying to do his best dance and fly away from this position, but holding the line. Ooh. Easy does it for Zion, who walks away with a 3K. And picks up the opening pistol round here for Ashland University. A map, by the way, of Ancient that they have not elected to go to. It's Dakota State, who instead will be heading in here. They start on the T side because of that.
It's a little ironic that we see Zion dice up a guy named Pelican, man. Get it? Because he plays for the Pelicans, Vinny. Get it, bro?
I get it.
Dude, thank you, man. Low-hanging fruit early, right? Just as long as we're still growing.
Gotta get those out of the way. The fish man. Well, he's the one grinding him up this time. It's a full block round, though, so are we really too bothered? No, not at all.
Not too much at all. But I think we're to be expecting Mr. Zion kind of keep his cash together. He'll be donning that big green, Vinny, whenever they'll be ready to go on that. we're back in Open Premier, man, where, if I am remembering correct, it was Tamu who won Open Premier just in the spring semester. We're obviously going to be seeing the Aggies coming up in our second best of 3 of the night. I don't know if I'm spoiling anything.
I mean, maybe a spoiler, but I don't think I said it. But
I'm keeping the people on the hook, man.
Yeah.
That's how I like it.
I'm not going to get mad at you informing the people. It's a really important part of our culture and society, you know? Informing the people.
Cultural influence that the two of us have as a duo cast. Lunchbox with that kill onto Bomb, and that's a little bit of an opening towards Cheetah.
Who?
Excuse me.
Boom?
Boom? Makes a bomb go boom, this guy?
Probably, but not right now. He's on the CT
Costco
side.
guy? Boom!
That's that cultural impact you were talking about. That's a nice jump spot, but Mod has his number.
Certainly.
Takes him out. Big moves over to the A-bomb site for the T side here to go to State. Ashland will try and send this back in, but Zion already maintaining a lot of space here and doesn't even need that support. The Fishman, good for theirs and more. These Lunchbox 1v3, and it's almost a triple swing. So well handled for Ashland. I'm not sure how the Fishman is getting away with all that, but just walks in, hops up, and says hello with an MP9.
Probably in the most courteous way he can while doing the dirtiest deed. Nice pickup for the Eagles here at the start. But you know what? These fellas on Dakota State, they'll get in the way. I mean, they've gotten a couple of bomb plants here on A, right? They're kind of making the easy part kind of work. Rather the harder part, in my opinion. But obviously, I think Zion has been doing a very good job getting a lot of space kind of towards that back hall where it's crucial that you got to rotate in. But at the start of this, it's David Dia with a very nice kickoff onto the Fishman. That's a big head taken.
I already seen what the Fishman can do. Slurped up some of those ecos at lane last time around, and yeah, that's a couple more. Picked up Pelican. Takes out one of the site players, but boom. Not able to provide any resistance either. This is all falling apart one by one for Ashland before Spaz is able to answer back. But 2-on-4, thinking not a super viable retake, Marky.
Yeah, likely not. Around that corner is Zion, and that flash comes through, but the smoke is down for Game Ender. He does get Moth. But a really good B take right here that they finally get through, right? We were talking about a couple of those plants maybe that they got down on A back-to-back rounds. Right here being able to secure that early nice shot by Zion. He fades out of business, and Ashland, they'll be good tucking their legs on 2 of these AKs because I think they'll be good to just bounce back.
Yeah, I mean, from what we saw in the previous rounds, they got some serious firepower up ahead of them, so take a couple of scalps and obviously a couple of Vacs to put the Dakota State side on the board. That won't be the worst of situations. We'll see what that bounce back looks like. Could invest the op, Zion. It is an option on the table. Could drop that AK over, and that's exactly what we're going to see come through. Not just that, though, but a tactical timeout in the meantime. I'm not sure by whom.
Is it me or is that timeout like going kind of quickly? I think it only might have been maybe a 20-seconder. I could be making that up. However,
I think you might be.
I don't know, man. That was quick. Am I wrong?
No, you are. We're playing on Faceit. It's just default settings, surely.
On the hot foot, man. No time to waste, baby.
Wait, hold on. I'm gonna live fact check. I might be.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like I'm seeing ghosts right here, but David Dia taking an early peek. Here goes the Fishman for his revenge, but he got further than he did last time. However, there's nobody towards the bottom at B. And almost the spam through was on top of his head. Spaz comes back to Donut, the right call at this point, with the Fishman within reaching distance. But they do have what looks like the util kind of lit up for this, Vincent, so it looks like kind of on the prowl is Ashland, and the Molly placed at a crucial time. However, a lane clearly passed it. They're going to find their way into A easily.
Yeah, no problem necessarily, especially with that kill from Boom. that maintains mid-control. Looked like it was on target for the Fishman, but Lunchbox gets those numbers punched in, and then they're able to recombobulate themselves trying to get into a post-plant scenario. There's a flank incoming in the form of the Fishman. That being said, though, might not matter. In fast are the CTs, and now Leaf and Lunchbox, the only two left in this business. There's nothing just about unless Lunchbox, another 1v3 attempt, and a little bit further than last time, but still no dice.
A great try, but there's just something about this A site that they just can't hold on to. I mean, 3 times that they got this bomb down, and not once have they been able to actually pull it completely over. That's got to be kind of a tough pill to swallow, though. I gotta say, at this point, like, you kind of tried it a couple different times. At that point, you're just kind of going for the immediate, like, kind of pop play out of spawn. Can't really draw it up better than that. I guess they've got to kind of just get it together. It's early in the series altogether, so maybe just got to wake up, throw it back into the tank. Here's a nade in early into Fishman. Back in his wheelhouse.
I mean, that's the hard part about this A site on Ancient, is that it's relatively easy to take, but for the same reason, it's hard to hold. Especially, I mean, even when you have the bodies that Dakota State had on offer. Trying to get back into post-plant scenarios can't always be a difficult thing to approach. And towards the A site once again, Zion takes one head. 7-1 now is the AWP player's start. But I think that might be just the second on the big green itself.
Fishman up in house and has 2 players in front of him. Whiffs the whole clip, and that's an unfortunate end. But right here, David Dia finds a hole on B as well. So suddenly, kind of shifting over, and Dakota State suddenly has a man advantage. And leaning towards B, it gets quite heavy.
This advantage certainly valuable, but you got to keep in mind that David Dia and Lunchbox both without Kevlar. So regardless of the weaponry on the other side, all rifles, but it's going to rip through that pretty quick. But it's a good regroup for Dakota State. Them getting all together first and foremost, and not only that, allowing for Ashlyn to start, creating question marks. Who and where are these guys going? Kaiser tracking one through the smoke, though, will be helpful, but it won't deny any bomb plant. So Dakota State add another to their tally, this time at B.
Propping a flash up. And again, they've got a bomb down, which is great. But again, the expected line, that's great for them this round. Maybe they flatten it a little bit further, but these kills come through. And David gives it a peek, 2 headshots back to back, and now has a run down the diffuser, and David Deal has it. That's a crazy pickup for Dakota State. Twice on this B site, they have got it, and that's got to be their lucky number.
Holy hell. I mean, give them 3 opportunities at different 1v3s. Lunchbox trying it the last 2 times. David Dia giving it a go, and good for it. On the roll now, Dakota State. 2 out of the last 3 their way. And it's a pretty big reset as Ashlyn reinvests heavily. But a bit absurd that the diffuser there doesn't get off, doesn't look to make a move after his 2 teammates go down.
Absolutely wild. You gotta just have it down in the end. Thought at least 2 lines of defense would be enough. Now when David D is on the other side, man. Just pressed in. But there he opens up the round. The Fishman removed early. But look at this. In the corner, the molly won't spread. Okay.
Oh.
That's a lineup, Vincent, and it could be a third. Pelican removes his head finally. Boom. Does the damage, however.
Had the positioning. That Molotov just doesn't go deep enough, and so unknown, unchecked, unseen until death. Being found for Dakota State. Still a relatively even trade. Yes, technically disadvantaged, but when you look at the weaponry, there's something to be had here. But up close and personal is Kaiser with this MP9. Very effective against this, and it's just 1 missed shot from the AWP that could be as undoing. It isn't even a shot. Doesn't even get the chance to go for that fire off, does Mod.
And there is just tracked down again. I think after each one of these takes that Dakota State was able to finally kind of pull across the board, it was Ashlyn that just rips back that much harder. Yeah, you see back to back, they just are able to kind of pull it through. And kind of for both ways, that's a little bit whiplash on the economy, but it seems like Ashlyn may come out more even in the way. So I think that it's a bit of an interesting buy that they pull up, right? I think that they get a little bit more in than I think the Trojans probably deserve here, but they put all their chips in the middle of the table.
Yeah, pooling that money. Trying to get it all into the right positions really late at Molotov. But regardless, nobody's seen over at the B lane side for Ashland. It's just going to be a wait maneuver on that smoke, but they're going to get ahead of the second one. A lot of damage done, and Lunchbox uninterested in continuing that fight. And so they're going to end up going towards A, where I can't tell, but I feel like there's not quite as much resistance posted considering the control of B that Ashland have.
It's just Zion back there. And the problem with the position back here means that if this missed shot doesn't go, they don't exactly flood out behind it. A missed shot could have really let up a nice slip, but they just equip off to the other side. Zion double dips, and right now it cleans out all of A main. However, 3 riflers spilled into middle by this point. And Leaf J with the bomb on his back, make contact into Kaiser. We'll know from a bit of a shadow advantage, but just clears.
And that's absurd. That's a crazy scenario of wins, but the bomb dropped. Leaf had it on his back. Pelican has to play refrag, and no, unable to do so.
21 seconds. Verdea did to make a chance, but here just too little too late. Honestly, you should just be Spaz to kind of just net out this distance. Don't have to fight it at all yet. I think they're just going to stall. Davidia with the bomb and just trying for the kill. And Zion to find that in the end. 6-2. Ashland, they keep rolling on.
I mean, Zion, speaking of, 14-2 from 7-1. He's doubled up in that KD we talked about earlier on. Ashland really reliant on him in that round, being mobile, right? Setting a tone, double kill both of those A main players, getting taken down one by one by the AWP, but he's even able to pivot towards mid in order to deny that. We're going A rush time. Zion here for what feels like the first chance as nades rocket in. Zion still good for his. Oh, a flick nearly connects, but it won't be that. Instead, the SMG and AKs clean up the pieces of that Dakota State offense.
Wow, that might have been a discouraging round right there if you're pulling for the Trojans here. I gotta say that I'm happy they finally kind of took a half buy, right? They're going to be able to have a pretty solid kind of go at this one, even if a couple players spring for an AK or two. Maybe we'll feel a little bit thin down there, but look, man, I think that they're able to kind of get into the way, but it's kind of hard when their opera's 16-2. When you're able to get off on the A side, like it was early means that they weren't able to lock down the post plant, and it was quietly Zion having like at least 2 while trying to recake that. Here goes the Fishman up and almost finishing the job. It's Boom from the other side that does it. All of a sudden, this buy is out of the wayside, and it's all on to Pelican, and he's gone!
What? Dude, oh, okay. I thought he was in Jaguar there. I thought Kaiser was like 4 dinks through the through Jaguar, man. But no, he was just elevated up onto the position right outside the bucket, and he shot him through the edge of the wood wall. Okay, little bit ridiculous, but doesn't work out. Yeah, the coordination from Ashland is just a step above right now, Marky. They're taking those fights together. That nade should be pretty chunky, but oh my goodness, Mod on the run even. And still wins out that fight, but they've just smoked off their avenue back towards the A side, which means that should start giving some inclination over to Ashland that maybe this is a play slowing down as opposed to speeding up.
We can see all right. They do have kind of an avenue through Donut right now, but they don't really look towards that part in the road.
That's where they smoked, no?
Yeah, I think they do put a smoke on it, but it's free now. At this point, Kaiser is the only man to make this contact. I think if they do well onto Kaiser right now, that's smoking to CT. They've got to be going right into Kaiser, and they should have seen his shoulder. The second HP player lines up, and that's Mod, unfortunately taking out his teammate. And now Boom has a 1v1 in the back line. So the player turned, he has the bomb dropped, and disaster strikes for Dakota State.
I mean, this fight is critical. Leaf gonna need something with the Deagle. He's got the AK right behind him. Oh, it's a little bit of a misplay there. But Boom pulls out the USP. Good for his. Gonna get a reload off, and he's got teammates in tow. I should say teammate, singular. 30 seconds. Technically enough time to try for this, but bomb recovery is the first difficulty. As nades chip him down, David Ea had a long way to go. That road made short with a cutoff in the road.
But man, I mean, was it not Ashley just tracking us up the highway this whole time? Through Zion, their speed racer, 16-3, but it's like, I don't even know if we can like solely point to him. Everybody kind of having a great time seemingly. Like, I think the Fishman has been at a point where maybe on the board he looks like it's a little bit shabby, but he's taking that fight in mid, he's collecting that every mound, and yes, again, he goes for it. Sees ahead, takes it. That's lunchbox out early, and I think we've said that a couple of times at this point.
Yeah, I think the value that he provides taking that space early into a round, really setting the tone for Ashland, stamping their ticket is important. And Boom kind of the second in command in that endeavor. Zion is working around to smoke this time as Pelican, besting the AWP. It feels like the first time in a straight-up duel that Zion's gone down. Unfortunately, Leaf is the last guy alive. And he's going to try and get a little bit of something going. Not a 1v3, but a 1v4. The 1v3 is not so successful outside of David Ea. Maybe this is different in the last round of the half.
And a low HP player towards Donut that just comes to executes. That spaz that puts it all the way down. 10-2 just speaks for itself. And Dakota State is going to need to find their way out of the trenches here. Ancient, not going too well for him so far.
Yeah, they're deep in the trenches. This is trench warfare, and unfortunately, taking losses all over the place at Dakota State. They just can't find their way out, but maybe the CT side, this is an unforgiving T side. Ancient. In particular, I think the things that Ashland were doing well, their mid takes, their coordination on those lane aggressions, those things are particularly difficult if you don't have set protocols. Dakota State maybe not having that. The CT side, though, a little bit easier to help coordinate that, I think. Timing, not on Pelican's side, but still hits 2 stunners before going down.
They got to continue on to this. I think they know about David Ea's position. However, Pelican with 2 shots like that, they may have lost it in the details. Now, they do have the information regardless in a 2v3. He does depart into Donut, where the P250 was looking out for this in a main. Leaf J takes down Kaiser, and now big hill to climb up right now. 2 players in the red, or just that one. It's David Ea that's quite low, and a very high mountain to climb. How's the bomb as well? You're right.
Could have technically just opted out. Obviously doesn't know if there's a flank coming, but may have been able to sprint away. Didn't realize the runway available to them, but that's a pistol round that is a requirement. That's something Dakota State needed to get if they had any chances of clawing back this Ancient game. And as a reminder, I know it's not been long since it's been such a quick game, but Dakota State picking into Ancient.
Yeesh. That'll be a tough one to swallow. But hey, it's not over, right?
No, not over till it's over. That's a chunky nade.
Ooh,
that one might be too.
Oh no! And just shut down for it. The spam is gonna get better, Vincent. But that bomb's still out there somewhere, and just blindly looking for it is Spaz. However, found some bullets along the way as well. The Trojans roll along for 4 at a very nice CT start at least.
Nicely done. I mean, that's Ashland hoping for a bomb plant. It's kind of a pretty, like, that smoke's actually kind of meta to try and get, like, a bomb plant out of.
Totally.
Which is kind of cool to see. I feel like Ashland have had the look at some of those more meta maneuvers in this game as opposed to Dakota State. But I'm really glad to see Dakota State handling that so well. And despite the lack of a bomb plant that would have given additional cash flow over to Ashland, it's still a fast-moving play up lane and into mid. Pelican gets his, and David Ea on the move. Even in the air, that's a tough fight to win, and David Ea finding a lot of value.
This is on the gun round now for Dakota State. Showing up, but David Ea goes for another peek. This is where he likely just needs to crawl it back. 3v3 now, and we already see that Pelican is quite low. Reaggression in through cave, or at least it's considered. Lunchbox, he just kind of waits in the wings. Calls up his number now. They should meet right at the wit's end. Vincent trades some shots. Zion's quite low, but just gonna stand in tow with 2v2, but it's about enough time for Leaf J to get over here.
Yeah, that's a lot of time left, though, for Ashland to work with. Spaz has got a 1v2 attempt, and Pelican fighting on borrowed time, more than likely at 4 HP. Pelican's going to get the heck out of dodge here. Spaz really not worried about a long player, which is crazy. It's just great game sense. And now it's Pelican. Puff of wind to blow him over, and Spaz is the one to do so.
Guess it just took one of those. 3K out of Spaz to put him all the way back into business on the seaside. Should be a swift end put out by Ashland, as that one was pretty hard to recover from. I do say so myself. Got a little bit awkward there, kind of in transition. Dakota State definitely kind of was paranoid a little bit and had to go for another play even after collecting a kill back. It was that reaggression up from David Dia, and then I believe it was Lunchbox that comes back, right, that sits there with the FAMAS and does buy enough time for the MP9 player to come back. So there were parts of that were pretty decent from Dakota State, but then there's the obvious kind of like feedback that's maybe you got to hit the shot next time, and that's all in the details though.
Yeah, I mean, I think David E is sticking around, probably the biggest issue in that one. Just no respect shown to anybody up lane. The potential for that. Attack pause, maybe? No? No. He's just seeing things. And I mean, that's a detail that we just saw from Spaz after winning that 1v2 that we didn't actually get to see from Dakota State. You know, it's the spawn-based house smoke. Not one that we saw from Dakota State. I think that just shows some of the level of preparation and what Ashland are having to offer. Spaz goes down, but insta-trade comes through.
That's a good point. The Fishman right off the back of the entry delivers. And that's very nice. Bomb on a CT spawn. Look, I think the point that you're trying to make is that that's like, I don't want to say a super high level smoke, but one that a high level player would know, right? And so yeah. I think that kind of draws a line in the sand that if the score hadn't already drawn, kind of shows it kind of bar for bar. I think Ashland University, 5 players that are just kind of really balling, and it's showing, man. They're a high level team.
Well, yeah, I mean, listen. There's plenty of house smokes, and honestly, you don't necessarily need it to be instant. You know, it's not like window on Mirage,
right? But
it's just a couple of extra details that are there in that smoke. And if you're going to look for one, you wouldn't do it unless you already knew what we were looking for.
Do you know how to smoke house, Vincent?
I do.
I don't.
I do, but I don't know that one. I mean, I do. I generally know that one because I watch 1 million hours of Counter-Strike.
There you go. That's a lot.
Yeah, I might be up to like somewhere close to 1 million of hours watched of Counter-Strike. Probably not. That's a lot of hours. That probably is like multiple years in real lifetime.
Yeah, man. Yeah, that's probably a couple decades, I'd guess. But
we'll do it, math.
Smokes out. Bomb onto the B site now, where all of this is up for grabs, down for takes, and honestly, it's going to be keeps for Ashland University, or so you think at the moment. They're buzzing back, Vinny.
That they are. Ashland, though, trying to stamp their ticket, but it's up to the Fishman, who goes down. It's really well coordinated from Dakota State. You see how all 4 approaches of this attack come in at once, and despite Ashland making good decisions, right? They're taking space. They took long. They were trying to maintain all of back lane there on the B site. Doesn't matter. Dakota State all come in at the same time, crunch them, and make life very difficult. Nicely done. Keep Dakota State in this for the time being.
Gotta be able to bring that one right back, man. Plucking out the fish man right at the end. Perhaps they can run him right out the water, Vinny. What, that one didn't land? No? All right.
Sorry.
Kaiser goes pretty quickly. That's the opening kill that they were missing in their previous post plant, but they haven't got quite that far. The Fishman finds his way back to at least death's door for a moment. If he stayed alive, perhaps he would have gotten all the way back to the water. Flashed up for Pelican now, where he sees Kaiser awaits. Information on the bomb presence as well. But look at where Spaz comes back from Donut. That's a little bit interesting.
I mean, this is definitely... Oh, I was going to say, catch somebody off guard, and it does. The Pelican still with a chance. Unknown until the trigger pulled. And now a straight-up duel. Kaiser. 1v1 sees them first and foremost, but is it good for the actual kill? That spray control goes wild. And Pelican gives him a little spray there at the end for the 1v2 clutch.
All right.
All right, Pelican.
We see you out there, my friend.
All right, so I've done the math, Marky.
Cool. How many years, days is a million hours?
It is 114 years.
Dude, watching that ACS will make you feel that old sometimes. I won't lie to you.
I was maybe a little bit off. Whoopsie.
Just slightly.
Hey, I've seen this before. A little bit of further extension for Ashlyn. That time, it pulls the crosshair away so that the bomb planter can actually get the bomb down. So,
yeah, they had to bring that all the way through. 5 out alive, Vinny. I know that they can't lose another round and buy in because the game would be over. But, I mean, quite the stretch of rounds here. Dakota State, if they're not going to, I guess, pull it back on their map pick, which is still seemingly possible, right? I think that Ashley get up a good fight right now. Yeah, it really is. I mean, short 5.
Yeah, like this stuff gets away from you quick, or at least it can. So I mean, let's just say I'm not on the bandwagon yet, but I might be there soon.
It's real comfortable over here, man. I'm not gonna lie to you. The wagon's got plenty of room. The swaggin' wagon. You'd be perfect.
Say, maybe Dakota State can give us a gift, send us a gift, and they can sneak in.
That'd be nice.
Get it? Is there Trojans?
Oh, Vinny, dude, just full of all those references, bro. Your references are out of control.
Dakota State gonna have to be a little bit out of control on this one. Let's come back. It started out strong. Don't get me wrong. Pelican, that 1v2, absolutely massive. But there's still a road ahead that is... It's got a lot of potholes, we'll just say. It's not well maintained. And it makes it treacherous. You walk down, you might twist your ankle, Marky. You wouldn't want that to happen now, would you?
No. Would not.
Wait, hold on. The Fishman, is that bananas on his AK?
That is, I would say that's quite bananas, but where the fish sticker at, you know?
That's true.
Ooh, line him up. This is quite a deadly spot, and Mod has 2 back-to-back for it. So now just having to not ignore it. They're having to face their fears straight up in the middle, but David Dia is there, has to dance between that nade, and does. This Leaf J at the end that puts them down. The Trojans keep on smacking them through. It's only 4 now, and 1 at a time. That could come back easily.
Yeah, and despite the loss bonus starting to get out of control now for Ashlyn, they don't get a bomb plant there. So there's no opportunity to continue force buying. I mean, I guess there's always an opportunity if you're brave enough, but no reasonable opportunity, unless you're Bird from Sky, in which you would continue buying here. And Ashlyn, I don't think they'll be doing that. Though a tactical timeout to try and talk over the biggest problem. I mean, if I'm Ashlyn here, I'm diving deep into the scrapbook, and I'm just looking for some sort of, like, off-spawn type of execute. You know, we really haven't seen them do that. I know that A-play kind of looked like that, but it didn't have all of the bells and whistles that you would have anticipated from an actual exec.
And I guess they kind of look towards maybe round 22 to get that same hand, right? The Rather heavy one. Here goes that flash right up into Cheetah where they look to kind of turn, burn. See that first face up in it. It's Lunchbox to go back, but you know, Fishman, he's got to be laying around in middle. However, they just choose the original plan. Zion with the kill all the way up on the site. And now, where does this go wrong? Suddenly a 1v2 for Zion now and lost in the crease somewhere.
I've got the answer. The Fishman left unchecked, and like you said, Zion, to be recovered, but David Ia, so reliable. He's been constantly able to win out in these heads-up duels. And it's right when Ashlyn hit 12 that problems start brewing. I know we're doing a little bit of cosplay of a countdown artist here, but that's 3 more to go before overtime.
They could get there. It really would not take much more. I feel like these Dakota State players are starting to really just kind of rake it back. I mean, at one point, we're kind of just starting to show the line at which we kind of think these teams are operating on the basis of, but Dakota State, they want their respect back as well. Lunchbox going for a peek, and he should not come out alive out of that. Eventually gets smacked down, and that's at least 2 kills onto the B site. Ashlyn, they should have the amount of space that they wished up for now, but Pelican keeps them in the race.
A race that might just be over early. These guys can hang on to the whole pie here. Zion getting quite up close. Flashbang, that pin heard. Certainty as Pelican tries to move through, but David Dia has evened the odds, cut those numbers. Kaiser playing hard to get. Maud watching and waiting, but hits the second shot as well. Maud is stepping up here. Slow to start in this, but a double kill in the last 2 gun rounds.
Gotta meet that, right? When the Opera on the other side was just popping off to start, Zion on the other side, what was he like? 16-2 at one point?
14-2? Yeah.
Right, 20-13. What happened, pal? What happened? Just put out like a wick, him and the rest of Ashlyn. I can't even put it on his back because, honestly, they shared the weight well, up to the point where it was kind of teetered across, Vincent, into round 23 now, and the first game I'm joining you for Collegiate this semester is already piping off to a very nice start.
Yeah, comeback trail being blazed by Dakota State. David Dia, oh my goodness, just turns on the audio cue that HE, blowing open the smoke. And it's unfortunately death for Boom instead of the victory he had assumed.
Do they just turn and face these guys at mid now before they even wipe it towards B? I feel like that's kind of their demons to this point. But Ashlyn, they roll on. Boom, you talked about out of the conversation early removed, but they still are within this spot. And I feel like it's got to be obvious, but there's no real movement to go ahead and kind of stack this over here. Finding their way through now. The middle people are going to be on the movement, but that nade might get very, very close. Down into the red, one of these defenders is Spaz with an entry, and right now the double smoke out, but Lunchbox on the gap, finds an angle, and somehow finds his way out of that alive.
Escape should not have been possible, but Lunchbox makes it so. And there's that hot to trot flank you were talking about. Zion on site. Kaiser not needing to worry, though, about the cave move because it's a big flank. But as the smokes fade, Zion going to have to do some fancy maneuvering and shooting.
Ooh.
And he started it out well. The Op misses the mark, but Leaf comes in to play clutch. 1v2, now 3, as it's cut down.
Wow. And a spam that Pelican tried in the first half hit on himself. Now goes back the other way, and that's the ticket that the Trojans stand on to get themselves within 1. That is very, very important for them. Zion almost had enough groove to move right there. We might be headed all the way to OT.
I'm thinking we might. Ashlyn, 10-2 is the way they led this at the half. Gave up just 2 rounds, and one of those a David E at 1v3. Yet Dakota State have been near flawless, just dropping those 2 rounds this second half.
Running out, Pelican almost finishing the kill. Maybe, just maybe this is what Ashlyn needs. They've had 2 entries in so many of these situations. Got to be able to really just finish, but Spaz, the Fishman, quite low themselves.
Yeah, they don't come out unscathed, untouched. These Eagles want to fly. The only way really here is up. Unless, of course, they're brought down. Leaf playing around the smoke. The same true of the Fishman. As silly as that could have been, timing not on his side. Kaiser gets the better of the one guy on B. And so problems now start brewing for Dakota State because the cutoff being held by Spas. It's turned at the worst time for Mod, and it's a Leaf 1v3 required.
Gotten this far to likely, unfortunately, not succeed, but the 1v3 mountain seems that it is a little too tall to climb. 13-11, they make Ashland work for it, but it's Dakota State that just do that. They unfortunately kind of falter right at the end, but impressive to kind of come back entirely. Ashland, though, they finally put the cap on it on rather a pretty decent showing from the squad, even if it does get a little bit tracky there at the end. A fun one to see kind of played out here, and honestly, a decent series that we kind of have the looks at for the rest of the go.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest. I thought that one was over. Like, I was calling it early, 10-2 on the half. That's usually, you know, a pack it up, go home type of situation, at least for map number 1. But I gotta say, I'm impressed that Dakota State kept it real for so long. Like, they kept that comeback possible. They made the moves. That included some big clutch moments, too, from Pelican, obviously. But yeah, unfortunately not able to kind of pull that across. 105 ADR there at the end for the Fishman. He's obviously the guy to talk about when you're talking about individual form. Zion with a crazy hot start, I think deserves a lot of credit for helping bring them to that early lead. But the Fishman's consistency is what eventually helped carry them over the edge.
Yeah, and it was consistently, at least like when they were on that CT side, being the guy that might have been kind of towards the bottom statistically, but was the player taking the beginning round fights, literally almost every round through middle, whether it was, you know, shown to be, you know, strong enough to go from that T side kind of fight at elbow. If not, like he was just running up to Cat every single time and usually finding one, if not like 80 damage. So I would say the consistency kind of paid off because he really was kind of like that bug still on the T side. It really kind of showed throughout what was kind of their plan, which seemed to be a little bit awkward, man. I got to say that the strength clearly was on the back for the Trojans on their CT side. Like, they got into a groove. You could see where they were kind of stretching up, but too little too late. Even if it was 13-11, I figured like you, this game was over, and definitely got a lot closer than I thought.
Yeah, I mean, the CT side, it was a duel. 19 rounds between two teams in a 13-11 scoreline. So 19 out of 24 rounds on the CT side. That's what we were teeing up for. But all of that is leading us into an Ashland victory and an Ashland lead into their own map pick of Anubis, which will be coming up right after this break. Well, map one, I'd say it didn't go to plan for Dakota State. It was an attempted comeback, a really nice attempt at that comeback, actually, Marky. Like, they put together far better than I had anticipated would be going into that at 10-2 on the half, but yet a loss at the end of the day. Gotta hurt, especially going into your second, or into the second map, which is your opponent's pick.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you. I think that it was at a certain point, maybe like you're kind of bringing that forward right from the original. All right, we're picking in this. This has got to be where we put our foot forward. Like, there's a world where we see that happen, but I got to say that the early work was done by Ashlyn, and that's kind of what shined through. I think that eventually, right, especially the conditioning that, like, the Fishman was doing, even if, like, it was kind of putting up Zion to shine. Like, I think that they're working pretty well, even if it did kind of get chalked up to them. They're unnoticed now, and they'll maybe try and clean it up. So this should be a fun one to see them kind of back in order.
I would agree. I mean, what I can tell you for sure is that Ashland looked comfortable, and I think you would agree. Comfort, a big deal, at least when I'm gaming. I want to be comfortable, I want to feel good, look good as
straight.
well, but the feel good, definitely a big part of that, and that's why Mavix is an official gaming chair of the Playfly College Esports League here. And if you want to check things out, it's pretty awesome. I don't know if you've worked with any of the Mavix products, but I have. They've got ergonomic upgrades available for your campus. If you want to get some competitive pricing on what that might look like for you, we got your back. All you got to do is send us an email over at esports@playfly.com to get a look at what they can do for you. Mavix got awesome products and awesome stuff to keep you comfortable whilst you are gaming, and it's comfort time. At least it should be for Ashland on their map pick of Anubis.
Oh! Not for the Fishman. See ya later. Checked out of this one, and just right off of the stamp, I don't think they're going to be going off of the back foot. Seemingly back onto that chart, though. It was that ace split the entire time, and honestly, just kind of the wrap from middle. It's Leaf J with one kill, but still, Bomb able to just swing back in that one frag. But it's just Kaiser left in the end, and honestly, Ashland are going to have to wonder what hit him.
Dakota State might be getting hit too by Kaiser. 1v3, that first one looking clean. He's gone Glock instead. Sick craft, actually, that he's just picked up. I don't know whose this is, but it looks cool. Bet you're a big fan, Marky. But very difficult to break this open. I see that, a wide step, but Pelican ready and prepared.
As much as I am a fan of the skin, I mean, had to tote it in. I think that you can try and get a little bit mobile there. You know, well, you do get the style points. Unfortunately, it doesn't come through with your moves either. It's a 1-0 lead where we know that Dakota State is going to want to, you know, kind of hop on their horse and, you know, just try and get pretty up quickly early. I think that up here against the USPs, it should be a quick one to go. And that was a chunky nade. Here they are. This should be an easy cleanup. And Vinny, one more at pizza. Kaiser even puts a spray down. 2-0 for Dakota State, just like that.
Yeah, they all got consumed at the ZA, unfortunately. And that chunky HE certainly didn't help the proceedings for Ashland. That is Dakota State keeping it very clean though in a round like that. Gonna help me in feeling confident about their potential comeback in this series. Mirage is our decider, by the way. I don't know if I actually said that. Really early smoke to T stairs and an early AWP out for Mod as well. Pelican, you got to crouch for him to get up there.
Looking for that play. They don't actually end up grabbing that op kill, but you know what lurks about now. It was a great HE they had into the smoke as well. They had a lot of effective nades back on Ancient. Here, they go for a more aggressive play, but that smoke on T-steps just fades, and you got to flash back in, and they clear, and Spaz going to be near and dear to the plan, out of it. The Fishman, however, is making up for it.
These are a lot of fun little intricacies that we're already seeing from Ashland on their CT side, though. That T-stair smoke, not one that you're going to see on a team uncomfortable on Anubis, but the same true of Dakota State. That detail of the flashbang to help re-clear that area out, force and avert the eyes of the Ts, or the CTs that had pushed there, that's something to talk about. Unfortunately, the conversation for Lunchbox in this round is already over. The Fishman helped sending him on his way. Ooh.
Odd with 1. Keep it at a distance. The Fishman finally finished. Not able to net the 4K and then some. Zion looking at the back door. While the bomb is the key part of this that's out of the equation. Mod would need to have some inkling of this flank, which I don't think he's currently considering, but does have a nice corner to work with on that smoke and can't find it. And just letting him know, all right, Ashland University telling you to stay down because they're on the way back up.
CT side of Anubis, maybe the most punishing in the game. I think the hardest half of Counter-Strike you can play right now is the CT side of Anubis. And, you know, clawing back the first gun round, that's gonna net you a whole lot. Zion lining up a smoke there, getting laid out of spawn. What spawn smokes are there on Anubis?
I think that you can smoke out E-box from spawn.
Oh, is that what it was?
Yeah, I think so.
That's one I'm going to have to get in the server for. I don't know about that one.
Yeah, I am not a tactician at all. I think that a util is definitely very important for this, but sometimes you can just get 2 kills through the smoke. However, he sees Pelican's head, top of that one, so the Fishman putting it into the details for a pretty ridiculous start to round 4.
He was a man with some consistency, the Fishman, that is, in that last map.
Ooh.
Boom. Unchecked initially. Great adjustment. Headshots aplenty. Boom. It's so swift.
A great highlight for the Ashland anchor, as he just stays and does his job like he is supposed to. Ashland, they get back, kind of back in the groove. I think that 2-0 just like that is going to feel very, very well. Kaiser, Spaz, a couple MP9s. Man, it feels like it was kind of ages ago. Spaz tried to get active in canals. However, now it's Zion that gets the spawn, and out of the smoke, out of the stairs, we're going to see how many he's going to be able to clear. But right now, they put a cap in his position as they look to go quick, likely through E-box now. We'll see when they collect it. Right here, Spaz. He's got a molly right down on it. Double time on it.
Yeah, that was already unapproachable, but a second molly means waiting is the only real decision to make. But the wall's starting to close in. There's CTs wherever you look, everywhere you please. Dakota State pushing them back, though, and it's now going to be the defensive for Boom, who's fallen all the way back. All this being heard. A bomb plant, real possibility, but the Fishman arrived on the scene, and he's taking them all down. No fishing here.
This is insane, man. Just wrapped up in yellow tape. Ashland University. They're not leaving a witness on the scene. This is crazy. 3 in a row. And it's like they get knocked back because of the util, but then it's right back into your doom from the previous round. Right when Boom had that 3K off the pivot, it's the Fishman gets a couple easy ones, even blind on that last. But Dakota State, they finally have another gun round, so we'll see what they're made of. But an early fight here that I think Zion, the Opper, is actually lucky to get away from alive.
Yeah, could have gone both ways, but when you miss that shot, that's usually going to spell death. Zion, not the case in this scenario. A little timing here for Leaf. Boom's coming back, though. Still hyper aware of this possible fact. Oh, no, he turns, and Leaf catches the perfect timing. Boom's got no clue, and the Fishman is not even looking, but he gets unchecked. Doesn't commit all the way. He's got to turn 180 degrees in a couple of mouse spins, but it's Mod to play cutoff, and it's Zion and Spaz to try and claw this back. Unsuccessful, I would think, though David Ia will have nothing to say about this, and Zion's already tucked in deep.
Yeah, I think that there's probably no way forward back in this round that is kind of feasible. However, that doesn't mean that they're not going to attempt it, man. Kind of maybe motivated by the extreme efforts that the Fishman puts up. This position is giving exit territory, which is fine, because I think they've done enough damage in this round. Another bomb plant and round handed over to Dakota State, but I wouldn't be too upset, man. Like, once they're going to be able to rewatch the broadcast or the demo, whatever, oh boy, did Boom get unlucky there.
Yeah, I mean, he got caught by 3 different timings that were absolutely luck.
Oh, absolutely.
You
Especially
know,
in
like,
A-main to start.
yeah, like that's what I'm saying. So like Leaf walks in right as he walks out, then he goes back to check. Leaf walks forward right as he walks out again, and then he turns around right as Leaf turns the corner. Man, like, what the heck are you supposed to do? That one's one of, you know, I guarantee Boom communicating something along the lines of how did they get there?
Right. But the Fishman almost taking that second player, I mean, it was as you described. It must have been like completely out of whack, out of mouse room, whatever it was. That 1 kill and 90 health taken off of that second player was pretty spectacular, man. But regardless, it's Ashland that fall. But dude, did they pick up a pretty penny along the way or what? Zion with 9K in the bank account, they're feeling pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, that's what happens when you don't have to rebuy. This is another good set of utility. T stairs being smoked off, Molotov for rugs, but the Fishman forcing these fights very early. Still these 2 players here, and in defense, Spaz able to maneuver around the pillar, has Kaiser for coverage, and now David Dia and Leaf. 2 players left, and what started off correctly in Dakota State's favor is now massive disadvantage. Ooh.
It's a big ol' audio cue given over. Boom is quite far, but see if Leaf J continues on the middle and does. Zion not being too courteous about whoever lurches on the other side. This one could get a little bit complicated, but it's right here. Go for the swing. Oh, that is awkward. You know, Draken was playing on Zion's setup.
Where did Bullet go, though?
Right past his shoulder. Shwing. That's what it sounded like.
I'm glad
Accurate
you're here to let me know.
Yep.
He thinks he tagged him.
Gets mobile. Might just catch him, though. He does. Probably would have assumed I tagged him as well.
Because there's no way I missed that shot.
No way.
Literally impossible. And that's just it, Zion.
Some of these hoppers. Am I right?
HUD telling a lie, man. He was tagged for sure. Hit him with the headshot, so I didn't even need to know. All part of my plan. My master plan. It's not a buy I love to see, to be honest, for Dakota State.
You're not a MAC-10 guy? Ooh. Not a long range.
Not at that range. Also not 3 of them, maybe.
It's a MAC-10 party. And unfortunately, it was Dakota State that was hosting it, but only a couple of Ashland members showed up just to shut it right down.
That's rude.
I know, man. But they said not on our block, not tonight.
We got studying to do. Can't be playing that loud music. Not a bunch of partiers, but maybe the party's just starting. I thought Spaz was for sure going for a knife.
That's what I thought so as well. He was looking for that second player, but that kill comes down. Maybe somewhere to be tonight. Puts a quick end to it. But, yeah, that was kind of a weird investment considering that you probably wouldn't be able to get up that kind of larger asset in the next anyhow. So, I mean, that probably isn't so much of a different result on the Tech 9s. Like, that's easy for me to say now, right? But it's the MAC-10s they bought up, and 4 of them at the same time was a little bit shaky, no matter what heroics I kind of joke up to it.
You know, if it'd be different if they were trying for, like, a pacier play, like something close range. Yeah, I mean, honestly. But, no, it's this that goes pistol side. There is literally the whole army here. The CT's got everybody. They've called in the cavalry. The bomb plant, not out of the realm of possibility until the Fishman shuts it down. Give it over a couple more rifles than maybe they had intended to. Ashland get a bit overzealous ahead of themselves, especially to Fishman. But at 14-7, leading the charge last map, I can understand why.
14-7, it's the Fishman's turn. You know, for like how interesting his scoreline was kind of that big player taking all the attention at the start of those rounds. A lot of those fights that, are necessary to approach on the CT side, which is mid, which you're taking it up onto cat, whatever you want to do. He was the man that really was dealing all of that damage, setting up Ashland for all the success that they did have before. It was Dakota State that just roared back Spaz with that kill off of Mod taking out Zion, and that's a pretty interesting fight. That's won early by the T-side Opper.
Looking towards Dakota State have on offer in this round, at least to try and recover. They're not being shy about this whole thing. They have left in the tank. There isn't a smoke. And that's the biggest problem I have. They've just tossed their last one. And it's not going to be effective at holding off Kaiser.
Picked up the op, and from E-Box, this can be such a deadly angle. Almost hits the flick. But at that, the turntables, and right here, it's at least onto its side. Mod, who brings the round back, opened it up. But now it's boom to just do exactly that. 7-3. That strikes onto the scoreboard, and he's told to stay down.
Yeah, letting him know. Dakota State, it's not safe for you. Better not come back out. And, yeah, economy-wise, Ashland been weathering this storm beautifully. We're at the end of the half now. Or just about. And they are at infinite monies. No bomb plant, but at this point, Dakota State need rounds. And it's not as important for them to get utility as it is for weaponry.
Two openers all the way across the board. And at B site, the most you can pray for is landing on the spams, which I gotta wonder if that's even on the menu right now. I think their best chance is down below here at E-Box, where Mod looks to see the smoke fade. Gotta drop the bomb before you fully invest in this, and caught off guard, but it seems like I'm the one that's lying. Right here, Kaiser, he might be lying down in a moment if he doesn't find that kill. All of a sudden on Pelican, who finds an interesting timing, but is just silenced out. The violence coming out from the Fishman again.
It's just a constant factor, a constant problem they've got to deal with. For Dakota State, it's starting to become that dominant scoreline again, not quite to the same extent, but 9-3, 10-2, those different, but how different really would they be?
Headed on that T side as well. I mean, that's going to be definitely a fun one to watch. Got a whole pistol to get through before we end up in that maneuver. Heck, even this last round on the defense, but you commented that this is one of the most challenging forces to really face down. Maybe even for a collegiate squad, they're putting up a very, very impressive showing right now. I would say the rotations have been very well, all shining as individuals, but right here it's Pelican that's been having a lot of great entries. This time, another one to make it double.
Looking for a little bit more. Back is Zion. Pushed up bridge, got his first, but the bomb goes down. In full control of Dakota State. Zion making a big move. This is a really aggressive move to be making as the AWP player. He's going to be solo in this endeavor. The rest of the team, both riflers, Fishman, and Kaiser, come back in elsewhere. Somehow gets that kill. Kaiser didn't seem prepared. They're all falling, put to the floor. And it's not even a problem at all for Ashland. But those riflers take center stage. Zion steps back. He lets them fly.
Yeah, I gotta say, that late timing in, maybe it's that little bit of success that they do get. I guess in that little 1v2 that's prompted, where the crosshair had to be drawn back to that late flank. But I gotta say, we had a little bit of concern, but it was just blown out by the individual level of Ashlyn, which I think is about to be raised to the next level. It's a 9-3 half they just put up, and what? It was that 9-3 carried over before, or was it that 8-4 right at the end?
10-2.
10-2, okay. Had to be an even number. But right here, David Dilla, all right.
That'll do. La Pistola, that's the way you start it. And the Trojans have that start. Rocking it. Same situation where they win the pistol. Back on Ancient to start the comeback trail. Well, they've done it again here. Will we be seeing Ashlyn move up to a 4 spy? No.
Yeah, I like this call, even if they are up, right? Go ahead and find that bomb plant that was lost in the pistol, but a very nice showing out from Dakota State. They pull across the board. Ready to just sail this into middle. They have 4 nades in the pockets right now. Kaiser finds that onto Pelican. At least one of those HEs reigns in. A couple of those spams could be landed, but right here, at least Leaf J needs to go back because he doesn't want to die and leave the A site stranded.
No, that'd be problematic for sure. So, looks like Leaf's going to continue getting aggressive, continue moving forward in main. HE does some shit damage to Davidia. What? What just happened to Leaf? Zion hit him with the Glock maneuver.
Losing to Glocks right now. It is what it is. They've recovered from larger circumstances.
Have they?
I don't know, man. I'm pulling a card for them at the moment. They almost did in the first map.
True. That's a good point.
Got the potential to bring it all the way through. 2v2.
Almost close enough to count in this scenario, I think. Certainly the HP not favorable, nor the lack of armor. For Ashlyn. On the pre-fire is nasty from Davidia.
It's one of the ways you make sure they have no chance, and pre-firing around the corner again. Zion locked in. Had to work for it, sure. Had to give up 3 bodies, okay, but it's still a 5th round for the Trojans at the end of the day.
I mean, they had no kit there, too, I've just realized, which is
Oof.
a terrifying prospect. Especially, I don't know, man. Dakota State, they may have won that, but I don't think they handled it particularly well. Davidia really bailing them out, because they were sticking that bomb, too, without a kit. Which means that if Davidia goes down, like, the trade doesn't come immediately, scary.
Got to be able to reach up and afford one of those. Perhaps there was one kind of trickled along in the way, but popped out. Don't land the spam, not right now. Oh, if it didn't come all the way through, Mod backed off. Right here just looks to kind of back it up. 1 kill handed over to Ashlyn early, but just right back by Mod, but cut off 1 head. Another will take its place. That's already a 2-man advantage right here, but Lunchbox fades on the way through. That's a nice one. Vincent, I meant to say in the first map, is Lunchbox name not like giving like Fruit Cup X vibes right here?
Yeah, I
like
agree.
that. I like that. It's a classic. Lunchbox. It sounds good. It really does.
I do agree. Good name. Got a lot of good names actually on this one. And yes, the answer is we do quietly and not so quietly judge everyone's name.
Oh,
by how fun it is to say.
I agree. It's one of my favorite things.
It is what it is.
Always, someone's always got something to say about Get the Bag Mark, man.
That's true.
But I can't say that, like, I'm not asking for it, you know?
Yeah.
You know, like, if my name was The Fishman, I would expect someone to go, you know, that's a fun one.
Fun times over on the B site for Ashlyn as they get the numbers punched in. Their first foray into success here on the CT, or in the T-half, rather. And it might stay that way. With Spaz winning his duel, there's no longer a threat coming from Ebox side. It's Leaf and Lunchbox. Got to double up.
Spaz down here in E-Box. Oh, what a find. But right now it's obvious, and Kaiser at least takes down the diffuser. They have the kit right on the body. Easy pickup back in the way. It's a 6-bit on the board.
And that's Ashland finding themselves in some disconnected positions. A bit of an overstep, not, too far, but one that maybe could have been handled a bit closer. In the 1v2 there as well. Gives Dakota State further avenue back into this fight. And at 6-9 now, we're talking a real half of Counter-Strike. Though, I'm starting to get the feeling that these guys just enjoy the CT side. I mentioned 19 out of 24 rounds taken on the CT side of Ancient. We are currently, getting into round 16. We've done 15 rounds. And it's been all but 3. So
I like that.
Yeah.
You're on top of it.
I'm doing the math, putting it together.
No calculator needed. Don't tell me if you needed one. It's okay.
No, I didn't need one for that
so
one.
smart.
For the million hours one, I did use a calculator.
That's understandable. That's understandable.
Math I wasn't willing to do.
I'm not willing to do any math. Anti-math.
How does your professors feel about that?
They don't. They don't feel.
They have no feelings. Huh.
Taught by robots. 2024. Brought on the way through. Man, sometimes you just got it like that. Hit him so hard it can feel like robotic aim. Man, that's the Tech 9 sometimes. But I can't even call it that. It's just sloppy on the way through. They finally fit themselves on the way. It's a bomb plant down and a little bit more footing that Ashland had before. So they could possibly bring this one on the way through.
Yeah, all these rounds have been winnable, which is impressive. Oh, God, a check. Boom. Good.
Yeah.
Good late check there. Doesn't hit it the first time. Spaz 1v3. Feel like I might have seen this one before, but not in this fashion. Davidia offers up plenty of stopping power in that one. Dakota State, man, they're creeping their way back in here. It's similar to Ancient, except this time it's not 12 that Ashland are working with. They don't just have to find the one. They've got to get into this half, first and foremost. They haven't even done that.
It's crazy. 4 in a row to start it off. Here they are with their strongest attempt at a gun round, Ashland, but only at this 2 space. I feel like Dakota State, they're starting to mark off in the frag department. That's, what kind of marked the comeback to start on Ancient. Right here to Fishman and Co. They're getting ready to try and boost up in middle and find a kill. Finds a little bit of information on the way. If he looked over, he would have been able to see that second player, but they get out with a little worse for wear. Less info than they wanted.
Yeah, Nade chases down a little bit of that extra damage, so it's essentially an even trade at the end of it. Boom, though. Openings on to B has been his specialty, and he'll do it again. But out at mid, Mod, a much better start, a much better game played from Mod than we saw there, but Boom ain't done. No stopping this guy. Keeps him on notice. Keeps him coming, but might overstep his bounds here if he keeps heading forward.
So Flash doesn't go the way of Boom. And Zion to lead the course. Picks up a molly on the way. Leaf J rather gets into the positioning, but was saw while transitioning. Smoke up into the heaven now. No spam. No business trying to jump through. It's the molly down, and Ashland, they need to find a kill quickly. They need to be able to find over a post plant.
Ooh.
This is the opportunity. And they lose it. 1v3 for Kaiser now.
This is maybe the worst spot to be in, too. Molotov going to further complicate matters, and yeah, super well handled by Dakota State. Like, they did everything right there. That position that Kaiser was in, that, for me, is kind of like a noob trap position, to be honest.
Right.
And I don't mean that Kaiser's a noob. There wasn't time to reposition to a better spot, really. But, like, that seems like a good spot. until you realize it's super vulnerable. And there's also no way to, like, take every fight on your own terms. You're fighting on your opponent's terms there. Which is why it kind of just requires you to first bullet everybody who comes around the corner.
I don't know. For me, it's like they had a pretty decent spotting. I mean, it was a little bit interesting. They don't find the initial kind of look on the way through. I believe it was by Leaf J kind of getting back in, looking through it. And it's like they have these nades. They had, you know, that interesting positioning we talked about in the 3v2 before when Boom was sitting right under. That was on the Tech 9s. They had no business taking that round, taking this kill in middle. What does this start? But on this could perhaps be exactly what they need, an opening kill, a round that they're able to play exactly to their own accords.
I mean, Boom has just been the devastator. Brutalizer when it comes to these opening fights. Lunchbox answering the call, though. Gets active in E-Box. Puts him down for bed. And so a 4-on-4. Ashland slowing their roll.
They get that smoke down on the E-Box again. Pelican right around this corner in middle. Boom. This is an awkward one. That shot taken. Bomb right on the backs, and Pelican just fishing his way away. Needing to likely be aware of the A rotation. Sure, the bomb can't make its way through, but that's a molly down, and look at how the Fishman shimmies his way so far onto the bomb site, all the way to the back of Cake. Just going to be in the back lines. What a huge entry he just got.
Yeah, I mean, that's that CT molly really coming back to bite you. Constant problems with that thing. Should really get it checked out, figured out. Maybe send it back to the manufacturer because it's defective. Don't be holding nobody back. Ashland. As the Fishman falls. Now it's 2-on-3. Similar scenes to what we've seen before. Kaiser put down. Spaz the same. David Dia with an L on those re-entries.
And you were talking about sending it back to the manufacturer. Well, it was the Trojans that recalled the entire round. 9-9, we stand on it right here. And when we were at this 6-9 score, we're going, all right, we got a game out of it right here. Well, I don't know, man. The Trojan horse broke out a long time ago. And on this CT side, I believe it's a brief tech pause here. So probably a much-needed chance for Ashland to breathe. Because, I mean, this entire series, this entire map of Anubis was probably laying to their course. You know, the scores certainly prove so, but, you know, blink and you see a couple rounds later, new tables entirely.
And I've never seen a game where Ashland, or a team like Ashland has been in the lead the entire time and yet been under such pressure. This is about to be really I mean, not the first lead. Dakota State had one briefly at the beginning of this map too, but, you know, that was just the pistol. That really wasn't a super meaningful one until the gun round started, where Ashland started to run away with things. Dakota State, they win this next round. Talk about a meaningful lead. Not dropping a single round on their CT side up until this point. And into double digits, another potential reset to the Ashland economy. There's so much at hand here as those possibilities start flying for Ashland, or rather for Dakota State.
And I think we're on pause now. I'm pretty positive. I don't want to be spelling lies on the internet. Wouldn't be the first time, Vinny.
Mm-hmm.
But regardless, yeah, we're back into the freeze time. I was not tripping. A very fun one, though, we have. I mean, we were talking about in the first game, but usually some of these collegiate BO3s, especially in these early weeks, can feel a little bit one-sided sometimes, but right here it feels like we've got an awesome one underway already here in week 2. Pelican already down to 68 health here to start. And a big one that cook up here right in the middle of Anubis, right when things need to be brought one way or the other. The Fishman looks to make the difference down towards Z-Box.
Yeah, and he's been the difference maker pretty constantly. But we'll see if he can be put inside the lunchbox, or it will be vice versa. As it's lunchbox on the other side of this E-box fight that is tentatively getting going. Nobody wants to make the first mistake, but the Fishman creeps forward. This is a nasty angle. Gets a look, and he's seen. HE gonna chase him down, but he's out of there.
That kill happens on the other side of the map onto Spaz as well, but I feel like they waited so long for the Fishman's positioning in E-box to finally present a chance to actually net a couple of kills. They rotate on the way back to middle, but with 35 seconds left, there's just no time for this. The Fishman finds his opening as well. Kaiser, need to get this kill and drop or find your way back to B somehow. The Fishman is holding on to this, where it's David Dia who is just wondering when he's going to find himself center stage. Suddenly, his time is now, and the Fishman is up in his grill, but right now, he didn't clear it, but what is that?
No way. Absolutely stunning from the Fishman. Doesn't check, but turns on a dime, and now Kaiser takes up residence right where the CT had been. Mod doesn't first clear, but the second attempt is not good enough either. Zion, not in this one. It's Kaiser on the double, man.
Oh, David Dia, my boy. There's just no way. I lost it, Vinny. I don't know what to say, man.
That's the way. That's the way Dakota State lose their first CT round.
Right.
No.
Dude, in COD they say get turned on, man. Just completely embarrassed.
He got turned on.
Pelican sit this smoke like it's an opportunity, but Zion finds the gap himself. 10th round on Ashland's side, and an opening kill falls their way in the meantime.
Seems like one of those first chances, actually, that's happened. Leaf getting caught. Or not. A wild spray from Spaz, but not that problematic, as the trades, the early pick, especially from Zion, help them in that endeavor to ensure that those problems don't continue to accrue. Ashland stand tall. Repush through E-box looking likely as David Dia fills back in the gaps at mid.
Smoked out of Temple now. The Fishman on the entry once again. 22 frags, adding to... Looking to add more in the catalog. Mod comes to look to add the same thing. A timing, but the Fishman makes you think twice. However, still considering a round of David Dia in the mix. I mean, this to me seems at least like the chances are in the six, but look at the money. There's consideration for this because you kind of go down the way. There's not a lot of options to Fishman with a crazy angle right here on the David Dia. And this is why you don't even attempt it, is because there's just no way back.
So many angles to try and approach on the A-bomb side of Anubis. It's difficult at the best of times with a little bit of utility and maybe a couple of more bodies, but without the advantage of having those bodies nor that utility, Dakota State, they meet their maker. And in this case, it's 2 on the trot for Ashland, who have finally woken up a little bit on this T side. A sleeping giant finally back in business, it seems. And this is, unfortunately, the only decision that Dakota State have. It's, you know, Eco, if you force buy into this one, it's probably a losing strategy.
Spaz with a nice headshot onto Pelican. Yeah, I definitely agree. Point of contention here. Leaf with a shot onto Spaz, and David Dia actually hits through the smoke. Hold on. Still ringing on the other side. The Fishman's got to answer that call in a moment. Smoke fades. Back to reality. He gets that kill.
It's a really heads-up play from the Fishman to sit inside that smoke and wait for its fade. Oh boy, Mod doing a lot of damage to Zion. And Leaf is still here. They've got to clear him out. Zion got to be careful of this. Is calling in reinforcements. Quick scope would have been on target, it looked like, but the Fishman had his back.
12 rounds now for Ashlyn. Unless magic to come out at the 5-7s, but a couple of kills they got in the way ain't so bad. Man, Dakota State, they're about to give us the next burst of rounds. Otherwise, they'll be out of this thing 2-0. But, I mean, they've really given it to Ashlyn today. Only separated by 3. They would need to push it back. But at least they have the liberties of Nop they can afford through David D if they do so choose.
I mean, Dakota State, no issues with taking it to 3. They're no strangers to that scenario. Week 1, Virginia Commonwealth University, they bested them in 2-1 fashion. Go to this 1-0 position in the regular season, so wouldn't say surprise on my face if Dakota State able to do that, but it is not the long road that they were up against on Ancient, but finally an Ashlyn that looked like they may be playing at their level, the level that we saw in the first half, but it's taken a lot. I mean, the Fishman almost a 2 OKD, and in fact, he does have that. He's nearly at 30.
Have yourself a game. We'll see if he can't find his way there right now.
Have yourself a series.
No kidding. Through thick and thin as well. Lunchbox flashed in. Not seeing anything kind of off this initial swing. Little does he know that Boom is in the presence. A bit of an awkward flash, but on the way, they actually make do with what they're presented. 2 kills right out of it, and things get a little tricky towards A.
Yeah, complications. David E, might be time to give up this space, to be honest with you. Oh, wait, no, they have the bomb. Pardon me. My mistake, but the Fishman making none of those. Now, Lunchbox down low.
Wow.
Just a bullet required. And the Fishman's handing those out like candy. It's nearly getting to October, which means, you know what? Trick-or-treating time. Bet the Fishman loves to do that.
Dressing up like one of those like Fortnite fishes, maybe like one of the SpongeBob ones.
Yeah.
Plenty to choose from, personally.
A lot of options out there.
But for his like own, polls, it's Fish Fry Friday for most of like the Midwest, man. And he's standing up to this movement, right? 32 frags, making a difference in the server. We'll see if it pulls through, but right here down in Canals where Leaf goes to get this one, throws a banister into the plans right now. 25 seconds left. Checking this Opera up at blue, smoking out Mod from his next position. Look at how far the Fishman goes. Bomb on his back, doesn't care. Man with the plan. What? Vinny!
They had all of A! And he can just run. He can just run. Go back to A. It's too late, my friend. Spaz, there's simply no time. Oh, Ashlyn, you've played yourselves.
Definitely. No reason to do that at all.
I mean, yeah, I was trying to come up with an idea, a thought of why they might have tried that, but no, that was Big Dummy.
I think I understand, man. He's trying to chase down the A's, like, do what you need to do, but you can do that in the post win as well. Then
or
you got
without
30
the
seconds
bomb.
left. Right, exactly.
Marky, I'm going to be honest, that's a play you make in my matchmaking game, and I yell at you for it.
If that's what I'm saying, man. This is open premiere. No plays for it right now. Yet it gives Dakota State another shot.
Yeah,
This game should have been done.
No, it should have. But shoulda, woulda, coulda is all you can talk about. It's all Ashlyn are going to be talking about if this somehow goes to overtime. It ain't great, though, for Dakota State. You look at this buy, and it's UMP strong. A couple of lesser weapons, and that FAMAS as well, but other key problem, they're just about out of utility as we approach the 1 minute mark. Fishman maybe just wanted to get that 35 bomb.
Why not? Let him sail down the way. And he probably won't sail down the way. That's a headshot onto Pelican. Leaf J on the other side. Knowing what stands likely in the process of flash up. Oh, what a shot from Spaz. And even on the other end of the map, it's Boom with a very nice ticket in. Lunchbox and Leaf J The last two members standing in the 2 versus 4. Backs up, dodges the flash. 30 seconds left and pivots. Now at the back of this cake. Keeps the round alive.
Well, Zion thought he had the read, had the line, but drops the op, but recovers it just fine. Guys are low enough that Lunchbox should be able to just tap him once in the head with this M4. Zion low, as previously mentioned. Lunchbox having some troubles getting in here. Eventually going to take the plunge. Now they know, now they see, and now they've got it on the close. Ashlyn, not last round, but this one, it's 13-10, and so no big deal. But 141 ADR from DeFishman is certainly a statement made.
No, I would certainly agree. Awesome scenes for DeFishman personally. I mean, you kind of corrected me earlier. What a series that he did have. Like, I gotta say, that's a very nice one for DeFishman to put up. 35. I think he reached up for 34. Regardless, it's not like a line I need to kind of, buff out for you. Pretty impressive as it was, but I gotta give my respect over to the Trojans. I think that they really made kind of a game out of 2 that really were a little bit darned at the end, where a lot of teams kind of fold out, especially in these early weeks of Collegiate. You place up against a really good Ashland team where you try your damnedest. And I mean, this is one that you're going to be able to look back on and be probably pretty happy with, even if it is an 0-2 loss.
Yeah, I think that an 0-2 loss definitely doesn't tell the story of what this series was. An Ashland team that certainly, they were a rocket ship in those opening halves. They really put out strong, showed what they had on offer, but they showed some of their peaks, and then we saw some of those valleys where Dakota State could really fill in the pieces and find a lot of work done. David Ia, obviously, I think a big part of that. I think that, for me, actually, guy that was understated but didn't get a lot of love there, actually Leaf, I think did a good job anchoring towards the A site. What I think was pretty impressive was consistently got active, like, at a good time. It didn't always work, but was always searching at the right time to try and find information. That was pretty nice to see. Unfortunately, doesn't give them the win here. And so Ashland walk away with a pretty nice victory. I mean, now they're 2 wins on the season, 2-0. Dakota State, just the one on either side of that win-loss column. Which is perfectly fine, It's a long season out here. It's just the very beginning here, Marky. But it is just the very beginning of our day here as well. We're not done just yet. And before we go, I do want to remind everybody about one of our partners, that being Extra Life. If you don't know what we're doing with them, last year, more than 120 players from over 25 different teams joined our super team page to help raise over $30,000. Which is awesome to see. You can join the Playfly College Esports Super Team page by getting involved in our Discord. If you've already created an Extra Life team, just connect with us via that Discord. I think it's !Discord in the chat to get your fundraising initiatives amplified. It's an awesome thing to get involved with Extra Life. Like I said, helping raise a ton of money to help change kids' health and change the future. So make sure you're getting involved over there. While you do that, we're going to take a little bit of a break. We got about 15 minutes before our next matchup is scheduled to get going. That one, a return of the Texas A&M squad that we saw last week. Victors in Open Premier last season up against the University of Houston. So a Texas rivalry. We'll see you when we get back. It's a Texan collegiate matchup that we've got here coming in. Texas A&M, it's the Aggies, up against University of Houston Cougs. I am Vincent. Over that way is Get the Bag Mark, and I am so ready to get back into the action, Marky. I'm pumped, man. Texas A&M and UH. This is a matchup I can't wait for.
Look, man, I don't know how I'm already losing it so early on, but look, that's how excited I am for this one. Honestly, look, we're back into collegiate, and I think that we just had an awesome show up from, one of the more familiar names. I think I've seen Ashland before, right? There are a program that's been heating up nice, but like, if you didn't have the comfort before, you do now. We're into one of these matchups that's absolutely a classic, and one that comes over from our previous Open Premier champion.
Yeah, Texas A&M, Tamu, getting things started, and they already got things started. Week 1, man, they dominated Georgia Tech. My Yellow Jackets over there feels so bad.
Dude, Calvin Johnson went to school there. That's what they got going for him. Megatron, baby.
That's exactly right, but unfortunately didn't take the W last time. Cougs come out, and they're definitely a team to watch out for. They're going to be taking space here today. Koi and Air Switch just walk their way into CT. Koi gets removed, but Roman doesn't have too much success. It's going to have to be up to MKT and Char, both of them walking back in, and a flank from Char that isn't going to be able to get anything for free.
Player on top, Valk will be a little bit awkward to clear, just right under him. And this is obviously just an easy line up the trigger. Oh no! Char spins it. That's going to be embarrassing. However, 2 low HP Cougs on the other side in CT, and I think they've done just enough.
Yeah, time became an issue there by the end. But yeah, I think maybe the tension getting to him.
No kidding.
Ba-doom. Sorry.
Oh, you.
I'm sorry. I genuinely apologize, but not really. I'll probably do it again.
Not needed.
Texas A&M off to a rocky start there, despite what was a pretty impressive attempted retake.
Totally. I got to catch up with Nas. You and I were down there in Dallas for some old tournament in June. Seemed to be a little bit of fun. And I remember asking Nas, we were at the HL TV show they had there. I was like, how does it feel to be an Open Premier champion? Char goes and takes a ramp. This thing could get a little bit interesting. And he was like, look, man, it was a great season for us. We had a lot of fun. And I know that it was a great celebration. But honestly, moving on their way through, I know that they have no expectation but to repeat.
Yeah, I mean, Nas kind of the leader of this team. This is sort of a Texas A&M roster that's quite storied in the Counter-Strike space. A little bit of a quick leave of A after taking all of that space, though. Scout in the hand of tension, and Air Switch going to be able to make the quick moves. It's a relatively easy cleanup by the look of things. There we go. Pistol's not really his thing, but the Scout, that'll do.
Makes do for sure, and already an awesome start for the University of Houston. Coming out with a pretty fast ball, but here goes Texas A&M into business once again to have it. Yeah, man. I think that getting off on their foot, it's going to be, I mean, we were kind of toasting it up. I can't remember how far we kind of spelled the vetoes, but here to start, it's going to be that old classic collegiate Mirage Inferno flip, if I am correct.
Yep.
Can't get enough of that.
Nuke should be necessary. Yeah, a little bit of a move away from El Clasico. MKT forward position. Got Roman in tow. Damage done, though. The University of Houston get themselves a little bit of space, but they lose it back just the same as Tamu. Stamp the ticket over on mid. A, though, a whole different story. That is a miss Molotov. Forces Craze out anyway.
Getting a little bit sloppy right now, and seems to be the first round on the board for the Aggies in 1v4. Uban
Say this guy's name.
Up above.
Say this guy's name, Mark.
Dude.
Do it. Right now, first try, dude.
Uban Ruby. Uban to Ruby.
Okay.
Uban to Ruby.
I was gonna go.
Uban to Ruby Woo.
Never mind.
All right, give it a shot. Give it a shot. What? Did I just nail it on the head?
You
right there?
you nailed it. You nailed
Woohoo.
it. I mean, the guy's name on like, this isn't barely his face name, but it's just you man on the info we were given. So that's what I was gonna go for, but I just put you in the spot because it's funny.
I appreciate you doing that. You know, forged by fire.
I should have asked. I was in contact with the captain over there at Houston and Air Switch. I was asking about some,
You
fun
and him
facts.
are close friends.
We actually also met, funny enough, at that Dallas event that you were referring to.
Ooh.
Yeah.
I guess I missed some of the rest of the Aggies, man.
Well, no, not the Aggies. that's Houston.
Excuse me. Yes, correct.
Yeah.
One of the
It's
Cougs.
okay. Is that how you say it?
The Cougs.
Is that just how the Midwesterners say it?
Whoa, what are you trying to say?
I'm trying to say you're Midwestern. What do you mean?
This is true.
So, yep. Big opener. This one not exactly around with a lot of firepower behind it, but what they do have, they're making work. Houston putting them on notice, man. What the hell?
That's sudden.
Yeah, everybody, like, Tamu just took individual fights there in mid, were really disconnected from one another, and I think showing some disrespect to Houston that is coming back to bite him in this one.
Ooh, power position from the empty pillar. Roman is going to be able to net one right here. Flash to keep him alive, but Sam finds a great kill, and that's a guaranteed bomb plant. Craze has to find his way all the way through under, and lucky for him, Koi's quite low, but knife out. Lucky he wasn't holding that. Yeah, knife out right into this. Not going to be ready. That's a little sloppy.
Yeah, a lot sloppy, actually, from Tamu, especially when you consider that this, yeah, it was an eco, but it had some weapons with it. It wasn't a full eco. They had a little something, and, yeah, Tamu, like I said, I think just showing a little bit of disrespect that they're going to have to pull back and realize, okay, we can't do this. Last week, they were able to play really aggressive and, get a little silly against Georgia Tech, but that's not a team of the caliber that Houston are.
It's a very interesting one that they have to start off and face the Yellow Jackets early, but they move on. I know that in the interview that you were able to kind of have and talk a little bit to the Cougars side, we found out that Koi is calling for this squad. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's right. I actually used to I'm pretty sure I casted the version of this of the UH team that Koi was a part of when he was playing Valorant.
Ooh, I don't know what that FBS is, but it seems to be quite popular in the collegiate space.
It is quite popular. I will be casting said popular video game at DreamHack Atlanta, plug, here in a couple
That's actually
weeks.
pretty awesome. I think I remember you posting about that on Twitter.
I did. Yeah, over on the
X.com. Yeah. Jinx. We can't talk for the rest of the cast, guys. Vinny. Dude, now he's out of the Jinx, dude. Good for him.
I've escaped. But I don't think Tamu have. I think they're still jinxed up. Pretty clear across the map, though I say that. Char comes out, pops a couple heads, does the damage for the whole team, actually. Even gets a bunch of damage on the switch there at the end, but Tamu held off. And, this is Houston's map pick, but, I keep referencing last week's broadcast, but that's because it's so fresh in my mind. It's the map that we watched Texas A&M play, but they didn't pick it then either. But they were very comfy.
Man, maybe that's why I'm so comfy today, man. Seymour left this seat nice and warm for me last week's broadcast. Must have been a blast. Must have been a doozy, man.
And it was. We had a 3-map banger to start.
So much fun without your boy. Unlucky.
Unlucky, really. See if Texas A&M can get a little bit of luck going. Is the move out for Houston. Great flashbang. Once again, Craze. Flames licking his feet, but he's unaffected.
Ooh, this has the stance of an aggressive play by Char. Up to the smoke. Top of stairs. Koi just on the other side. I'm not quite sure. Not quite sure if Char can't just find the space. Does find enough to fall. And enough to ball in the second headshot. Slams the clip in, and he's looking for this foe that has moved all the way out. They should know about the positioning by Sam. But a dip into that kill. and able to put up a clutch. Nas with a little bit of a slow start right now, but could put up a very nice 1v1. However, I think Sam is on top of this one and could have seen just a hair of Nas. This one just lined up in the clip, and he has it quick. The Cougars, they have it, and they claw it down for a 5th.
Yeah, I mean, obviously that idea, that inkling in the head of Sam the whole time that Nas could be going through the edge of that smoke. It's just such a suspicious looking smoke, even though he drops it. And I think Nas plays the patience game well, but honestly, really credit to Sam going back and checking that a 3rd time, right? Kind of double take the first, look back, check the second, and then, repositioning, goes back for a 3rd time. That's the impressive part for me. Texas A&M, though, down by 4, and it's looking like it's going to be a continuation of that. This one, nearly a pure eco. And I have a question.
I've
got all these letters after Sam's name. I know what I immediately thought. I want to know what you immediately thought.
Sam Dolphin? Is that...
Okay. That's what I
it's
thought.
Supposed to be, yeah.
Well, that wasn't actually my first thought, but I can't say what my first thought is. That was my second thought.
Maybe I'm picking up what you're putting down. Anyway. Broadcast, however. Totally
yeah, exactly.
PG.
Well, nothing PG about that one. University of Houston, leave a bloodbath on A.
Cover your eyes.
Yeah, that one might be rated R.
What's your favorite rated R movie, Vincent?
So if I don't say Deadpool, am I dead? Are you gonna murder me?
No, man. I really liked that Alien movie that was rated R that just came out recently. I thought it was pretty awesome.
I'll think about it. I'll keep it in mind.
Keep it.
I don't know immediately. Honestly, the Wolverine movie. It isn't called Wolverine.
Logan? Yeah. That's a banger.
Really good.
Absolutely.
That was quite good. It's a gun round, though. Lots of good stuff here by UH. This is a map, or rather a series, that they got bested in last semester by the winning Texas A&M team, and right now they're dominating. They're switch with the early opening. Char looking to pick up the pieces, move back through mid. He's been an unstoppable force here, 10, now 11-7. As he doesn't have any stop in him. This is an equalizer.
And I know that I was absent out of that first week of games, but at least from the last time I got to watch the Texas A&M squad take open premiere, obviously they took a win in week 1, if I'm not mistaken. Yep. Looking shook right now, and a couple frags away from starting this one off 1-7 as Char looks to flick down. However, they're kind of quite out of position for this B hit at the moment. They should be able to get a good footing into this, but Char long range takes air switch right out.
Yeah, there is a flank formulating very quickly as well. The Char going to go down. That's certainly a big factor in any retake for Tamu. Kind of have to wait for this flank to get activated. Another smoke in the face of the door players, but there's maneuvering room around that smoke for Craze to work with. Now MKT's going to move forward with Craze taking first contact. Sam playing hard to get. Oh, and walking to a smoke. It's Sam for 3.
Man. Sam flops right out of it, gets the op out of the round. Awesome stuff for the Cougs. Just keep rolling along the course. It's 7-1 right now, and this is really, really great at the moment. I gotta say that this is really giving like a Zion performance from earlier, but I don't know if this has any makings for Sam to slow down like he did.
No, I mean, it doesn't look like it. And you look on the other side, like Char putting up, pretty equivalent numbers, yet obviously not having the same level of impact because Tamu not winning the rounds. This is incredible performance right now from Sam, helping them get into all these positions. And I mean, I'll be honest though, a pretty significant team effort. Outside of that, it's not just him, but he's certainly a big factor. You can only imagine it's Texas A&M taking the tack timeout in that moment. On for a half buy where pistols and armor the mainstay of execution for the moment.
I think they were trying to go for that a little boost, but Couldn't quite land it. However, I think they collected the information they needed. All right.
I love that angle, actually.
Bit of a timing back. They must not have seen him. I agree with you. And right here, that's the chance to pivot on it, because right now the cavalry has arrived, but it doesn't look like quick enough as Koi gets all of those kills and netted out. The nade right up, and the Glocks will probably just nail this one to a grim end. But a 8-1 is staring down the barrel of the Aggies at the moment. On the eco, it still stings.
Yeah, bomb planted. Cougs have prime position, especially with Nats and Roman on pistols. Nasta working that pistol to great effect. No armor for him, but Roman now left alone. I mean, a little bit of damage is helpful here. But Marky, we're kind of already past that point where damage matters. Look at the cash flow situation. 14 grand for Sam. It's 12 for Uban. Like, we're talking about a really significant infinite money glitch situation here, maybe. If they can just get a... I mean, even if they start losing, it's going to be pretty good the whole way through.
Vincent, I have something to admit. Talking about
Please.
infinite money glitches. When I was in middle school, I used to... There was like a truck on GTA 5 that you could like buy and put in your garage, and you could just like sell it without the timer going off. Throw me away and lock away the key. I don't know if I could have messed it up more, but I gotta check on the statute of limitations, man. I can't be spilling the beans like this. Rockstar, show mercy.
Yeah, you better be careful. You're about to get a permaban, buddy.
Dude, Arthur Smith gonna come for me? It's not good. Maybe wrong franchise.
I was about to say, who? What? Isn't that the guy who owns the Falcons?
That is the guy that owns the Falcons. Yeah, I don't know what the character's name is. His name is Arthur, though, I'm pretty sure.
Oh, okay.
In Red Dead. Here, Koi could be just as dead, though. He lived a little bit of a shorter life. Char continues on, but look at MKT looking to get active.
Yeah, MKT been pretty active. Char continuing that activity. Ain't no stop to this man. Unfortunately for Roman, it's a whole different ball game. Story's over. Bomb may should have been dropped, but lucky to be alive on the low HP is Tension. No HE to follow him up. Char's got that, but far away. Gonna return to the fray. The post plant 3-on-3 sets Tamu in motion.
Oh, that's a nice headshot that they connect, and trying to jump the gap. Air switch, I guess it's literally in the name. Trying to flick up, can't hit it. Stuffed away in Palace. Was the rifler that had the key to this round anyway. Nas trying to just cut this one forward, but low HP. Swapping out to the AK. Gotta just stuff this one in the face, but running away is air switch. And maybe, oh man, he might have been able to connect that, but just out of time, out of options. I don't even think you're going to be able to escape with the AWP. Let alone the round. That is a grim ending, and the Cougars, they're not leaving any prisoners for this, but okay, yes, I did Google. His name is Arthur Morgan.
Okay.
Yeah.
I had to like do
Arthur
a triple.
Smith is in fact the owner of the Atlanta Falcons.
I had to do a triple take. I'm like, am I crazy? That is definitely the owner of the Falcons.
I felt like Smith, I felt like I was pretty certain that was his name, but like, you know, Smith is like a safe assumption last name.
That is true. If there's a safe assumption, it is Smith. I agree. 9-1 though, ain't nothing safe about this for Texas A&M. And these Aggies, man. I mean, listen, certainly a little bit of an underperformance right now from basically the whole squad. I think it's fair to say, but like, yeah, I mean. That's twice now that Air Switch has gotten an opening pick towards the B-bomb site. It's constant wins, fights towards mid, and even when those aren't working out, it's still a lot of space gain. Char coming back in for a little bit more, but being loud and proud about his position. Air Switch does a little slide right out of his cross.
Yeah, I think Nas gonna have to make it do the same. 15 HP. Trying to stomp out the fire along the way. Koi in the back line, still taking out Craze. Roman trying to spam off on the man bottom mid, and ends up does finding the kill, excuse me. But I think that maybe I'm not the only one tripping over myself, man. Nos barely found his way out of market. Now he's the last alive, and it seems to be safe where you buy guns. However, this bomb is quite far. He should be good, though.
Yeah, I think he's all right. Yeah, but his scoreline not, I mean, and I don't mean that individually.
That was a low blow, bro.
The scoreline of the game, Arky. Can't believe you would go there.
Nothing personal about that, though. You're right.
I can't believe that you would think I would be talking smack on my boy. That's crazy. Because I would never do that. Though I might, every once in a while. As you know. Well, though.
Yes.
A little fun in games, never hurt nobody, but I don't know, maybe not. Tamu really getting shown the door in this map.
Yeah, I would certainly come to attest that, at least when in my playing experience, I've been down 10-1. It is not that fun of a time. Especially on Mirage, right? I feel like if it's like 10-1 and like you're playing Train back in the day or something, it's like, yeah, this is just happening.
They just know the smokes and we don't, it's fine.
Right. Yeah, it's like, but now this is just happening. And at the moment, the Cougars just look to be the better team in the server, heads above you, especially this man right here. I mean, against you, rather. Char has that back. He's 15-11, but still spilling onto this A site. Sam, he has the plan at least back into this round. Vincent, you don't tell me they get back on this, right?
Surely not. Surely they wouldn't have that happen. One would assume that shouldn't be possible, but here we are. Air switch. He's just waiting for his time to strike. Sam has done so much work by breaking open this A side already. This is really nice, though. Nas calling in a double swing, potentially. Got some support. But it's not the support that Char was looking for. Air switch gets his, a miss Molotov, but it's now pulled at least the attention away for one. Air switch going to be stuck up into this 1v2. But I tell you who's done the work. Sam, 2 kills plus a lot of damage onto Roman with the bomb site wide open. The Cougs not out of this yet. Was a 2-on-5.
Plenty of time to set the pace for this. I believe that second flank is going to be coming through the apartments. Yeah, just through TV room now, picking up the pace is Roman, where Nas is going to make his presence known through the market, probably looking to draw some crosshairs or draw the round out entirely. Should come to the timing here, and that's an easy chop down. It's going to be the second put up onto the plate of the Aggies, but I don't know. I think they were hoping for a couple more servings than that.
I mean, I'm still hungry, and I'm just watching. So
that's what I'm saying, man.
Also, a fun fact, 10-2 twice over. It's just weird that it happened twice here in the same broadcast. Not a very common scoreline here in the game of Counter-Strike if you're new to things. Very dominant. You want to know a fun fact?
Dude, you're just full of surprises tonight. Let's hear it.
I like to keep you on your toes. Char, here of the Texas A&M squad, actually short for Charizard.
Wow. I like this guy even more now.
Yeah, big Pokemon fan. Also, definitely picks the best starter, so.
Okay, pal. Actually, you know what? That was the thing, man. So, my brother is 3 years older than me, and like we would get both of the Pokemon games, and like I was the younger brother, man. Okay, I just had to deal with what was given to me, right? And so like my brother would always choose the water starter no matter what, and I also couldn't then choose the water starter, right? So I was always the fire starter guy. So I was like, you know, obviously Charizard. One of my favorites being Chimchar. You remember him from
I do.
What was it, like Pearl and those games? Those
don't ask me which game it's from, but yes, I
think that was like Pearl, Platinum, and those. I can't quite remember what like the third one. I think there was 3. I wonder if there's. Oh, that's gonna be crisp. Charizard gonna be seemingly countered. I don't know, man.
Yeah.
Sam Dolphin, gotta be a water type, bro. Gotta be a water type.
Gotta be. 4 times effective is what that is.
No kidding.
Oh. Fun fact as well about Sam, played for Tamu in the past. In his undergrad. Now he's the master, though, putting them down, knocking down heads. This is Zumon. Nobody getting anything done here. Piss to win for Houston should probably be curtains for this map. That said, MKT and Nas. Now just Nas. 1v3. I mean, Nas calling for this team, and he had all the utility, and now he's like, all right, well, I guess I'll tee myself up, guys. Thanks.
He contact at ladder. A little bit of IGL and IGL violence, dude. That comes all the way from U-ban. That's disgusting. But that's 11 rounds picked up in Houston. I mean, it's clean and easy. I think they're going to be able to just pull their weight to 12 right now. No bomb plant over for the Aggies, so tragic.
Houston, we don't have a problem. It's all going according to plan. Things you love to hear. And I've been watching a lot of F1, and I almost said race control.
I like that. Around the course.
Yeah. Yep.
Going too quick.
Zooming.
All right, I have a fun fact. The Cougars' name is Shasta for the University of Houston.
Shasta.
Yeah, that's a good Cougar name. This is a point in time. What a time to be alive that we are seeing. 12 rounds likely in the pocket.
We live in a society.
Certainly so.
In which the Negev has been purchased up and held down mouse 1 for a singular kill.
Oh, dude. So today's Friday. According to Google, every Friday, the campus community on the University of Houston wears red to show their pride for the university. It's called Cougar Red Friday.
Can I get a fact check on this one?
Dude, what? That's just what Google says.
No,
bro.
Sorry, I'm not asking for a fact check for you. I want a fact check because if you Google my alma mater and there's some like wild BS that they say we do, and I just
no, that's totally true. Like you're on the campus tour and they're like,
yeah,
we Thomas Edison invented the light bulb, and we're like, we're in Missouri.
They're like, I remember I was on my college tour, and they were like, so I attended Georgia State University where we are the Panthers, and there's this panther, like bronze panther, out in the common area, and they're like, yeah, everybody goes and touches his nose for good luck. Ain't nobody do that. I ain't never seen anybody touch that nose. So they just be lying to you, you know? So that's why we need the fact check. You understand?
I like that. Here goes Sam Dolphin quickly in the middle. Call it a Dolphin die, but Nas with the tile himself just has to throw him for a ride. Here goes MKT. The U-ban, I feel like this man is feeling it up the ladder at the moment. I think knowing that he could have one given to him if he just stays prepared. MKT looking to take it into his own hands out to the right side. U-ban is staying patient on the A4.
MKT, okay.
To a deficit. That's a little troll, if I do say, for lack of a better term.
Yeah, I feel like U-ban just not thinking that MKT's never gonna check him, you know? Like, you late lurk out Palace, and I'm also surprised that MKT not worried about somebody under balcony. It does tee up the 1v2 attempt. It is a Negev as one of these for tension. So maybe no biggie. Char doesn't give it a look, and they are run over. UH. They come into this, the underdogs for me. I mean, I think in general, everybody kind of thinking based on previous experience, Texas A&M walking into this as the previous Open Premier champions. Yet Houston come out and they dominate on their map pick, but a map we know that Tamu is very much a team that can play.
No, I certainly so, and that's why I think the diagnosis coming out of Mirage is that they may be like a little bit dead in the water, worse for wear tonight. I hate to say kind of that first part, right, dead in the water, because like I gotta say that the score proves it. Like, this is a team I expect a whole lot more out of, and right here when, you know, the rivalry matchup like presents itself so early, you expect a lot more out of them.
You do. I agree. I think that is the takeaway from this one. Well, actually, I think there's two big takeaways. First and foremost, that's just a huge smash there for Houston. Like, they teed up, they went, and they just hit that right out of the park. That being said, I think the second side of that is, first and foremost, Tamu came into this and it didn't seem like they were really respecting what Houston could do. And now that changed very quickly. Round 5, round 6, they were figuring out very quick that they had to be showing some respect. But secondly, I mean, we just didn't really see some of those bigger riflers that we expect to see. Char was showing up, but MKT was absent. Nas, a guy that I expect, even from the in-game leader role, I expect him to have a little bit more impact than what we saw. Now, I did see that maybe there was some question marks of whether or not he was going to be able to be here tonight. Maybe didn't get as much warm-up. I don't know. But regardless of the reasoning, that's not something that can continue. Otherwise, the University of Houston are running away with this thing.
Yeah, I really agree with you, especially on the point of Nas, right? I think that even in my own experience, I remember, like, even playing against this guy, like, in my playing days, like, in ESEA main, he used to grind that out. I'm not sure how much, like, time he puts into that at the moment, but he has that very nice foundation, like, that. That's what I'm just saying. It's kind of unlike him. I think that going into their own map pick, if they're able to kind of just take the reset, which is, like, kind of the only way to beat off the bug of not being able to get that frag, right? I mean, you just have to reset, go into the next game. Inferno, it should be one that should be nice for them. I mean, if they do wake up.
Yeah, I think it's wake up time, and I was talking about comfort and everything, and it is important to be comfortable. As I was saying, quick shout out one more time to Mavix, who is the official gaming chair, Playfly College Esports. It's pretty sick. If you're taking a look at it right here, I've had the privilege to see in some of these, and they are absolutely fantastic. If this is something you're interested in, maybe get some pricing on, you can email us, esports@playfly.com. So we can get you and your campus ready to go, get you comfortable, and get you right back in business for some of these. Because I'll be honest, I've been to quite a few campuses, quite a few and relatively nice as well, like esports facilities. Man, it is a letdown if the chairs are bad.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Like you're sitting on just a plywood board, basically, with more steps. That does really cramp the style. Mavix have got us covered. They've got so much more than that. So make sure that you check them out. Send us an email at esports@playfly.com. But map number 2 is coming up here next. It's Inferno, the pick of Texas A&M. We'll see what they've got, if they can bounce back right after this break. Well, hello there. Nice to see you again. We're back. Map number 2. Hi, Marky. It's a good time here. We're having a good time. We're having a fun time. Though it might not be for a long time if we continue to see what Houston were doing. They were giving Tamu the business, man. Like, we're talking consistently winning in every aspect of that last game. 13-2, Marky.
Yeah, look, man, I didn't expect in our first series for the Trojans to come back like they did, but I'm going, like, if we're keeping on the same spell today, like, I was looking at this matchup, obviously, to start. There's a lot of reasons to be excited about it, right? The in-state rivalry, whatever have you, the actual history between these two schools in terms of, you know, their CS action. I think that I'm a little disappointed from the show, and it's not really to the fault of the Cougs. They're doing everything they're supposed to, Vincent. They're doing everything that's supposed to, but Aggie's clearly missing the 12th man right now. I think it's a lot less than that. They got to get it together, but it's Inferno. This is where the comfort likes to come together, but if they can't shoot quite as hard as, you know, that was, you know, maybe missing what we expect them to, Inferno's not going to go much better. We'll see if it is that complication, but quick reset into the second map. Here we are to kick off, and Sam already setting this one up, and just right into the meat grinder. You're gonna see the Aggies come out on the other side, red.
I mean, that's massive. Houston picking it up again. That's all of the pistols coming their way thus far. And wait, just a question. You said that.
Sorry. Oh, even again. Even again.
See?
All right, finally gets the correct weapon out. What were you gonna say?
You said the 12th man is kind of in the Cougs' favor right now. Is that what you said?
Pretty much, man.
So does that mean, I don't know if you've been in chat looking here, but the chatter's on their side? Because that's the 12th man here.
Yes, they're making the noise.
Okay.
They're cheering for the Cougs. I don't know. You can hear it echo. Oh, burned out. U-Ban just dodges back, dribbles. Easy pickup to just move on. And look, man. A couple of deagles bought up to not find any kills, man. Got to be able to convert on this. Tagging off, and not sure they're actually going to be getting anything from that. Sam looks to humble them again. It's the MP9s, but he actually kind of gets tagged on the way out.
The storyline of this being like kind of a revenge storyline for Houston is so fun to me. You know, losing to this team last semester in the spring, and then not only that, but you have somebody like Sam who's previously been at Texas A&M.
Right.
For his undergrad, even played with their esports program. Like, I don't know. I'm loving it. Especially when you got Koi, you know, a multi-esport athlete here.
Totally. And even calling right here, right? I guess even used to be the IGL in the Valorant days, which is pretty cool. I think a lot of the same concepts kind of hand its way over. Obviously, you would probably know a little bit better than me on that, but I've done a little bit of playing in my days. I think that, obviously, a fun game. I was Plat 2, bro. I was Plat 2 in the beta.
Yo, same, actually. I think I might have been a little bit. No, I didn't hit Ascendant. Never mind. Maybe got into Diamond, though.
Ooh, okay, okay.
In the beta.
God, that was so long ago, man.
Yeah, that was 4 years ago, by the way. So that means literally nothing.
Don't say that out loud again, please. I don't want to, have to digest that fact.
All right, we'll leave that behind. Let's see if Tamu
get
left behind in this one.
It's interesting, right? Because no nades, but they needed something like that, right? I mean, for free carried over.
For free. State the claim.
Free. Sorry.
Over to Banana. I mean, I can't be mad when I just did it. They state the claim over at Banana, and yeah, a little luck certainly helps out. U-Ban elevated. Now giving away almost the double up. That would have been incredible, but Char quick to the trade. It's still the advantage that Tamu had already gained.
Pretty preached up. Here goes the MAC-10 running in, bomb on the back, and MKT has Char all the way with them, and they certainly burned down the B site. He was air switch all alone, 1v3, but
How does
really
one
quite far.
get-
What is he like looking around for? I feel like he was looking for like a kit or something.
No, he was looking for a gun, like an upgrade, because the rifle was up top there. Uban had a M4, but then he also saw like a nade, and I think he was like momentarily thinking, could I somehow, some way get up there? But no, impossible, some would say.
Never say never, Vinny. Never say never.
Are you a big fan?
Of the Biebs? Dude, I would want to be Justin Biebs, man. He lives a awesome lifestyle, I'm sure. You know?
I'm sure. So you don't really know. You
I
just
don't really
assume?
know. I am assuming.
All right. Well, you know what happens when you be assuming, right?
Can we say that?
No.
We can't.
No.
But if you know, you know.
But I was wondering if you do. I'm glad.
I remember
I'm
when-
glad that you asked.
Dude, my mom told me that as a 4th grader, and the next day I went to school and I like told my teacher that, and she was like, "Yep, but like don't say that," you know?
You mom would be right, but also, shh.
Watch it, young Mark.
No longer. Jeez, young Mark. It is Char providing openings, but Uban does a little bit more. It's further work done, but trying to pivot there for a 3rd kill from Pit can be a difficult task, and Uban finds that out the hard way.
Ooh, that's going to be the MP7 delivering a very nice headshot. Needs to go off that side, but it doesn't find its way into the hands. Lung collection gained by Roman. However, look at this timing. Boy, you going to find that out. 1v1, AK player backs it up, and he does have it all. 2-2, Texas A&M. They look to be raking back into their own map pick with vengeance.
Yeah, I mean this is a much better looking Tamu at the moment. You know, got a little bit fortunate early on into this one, but I also want to say the Cougs for me, not the greatest CT side setups. A lot of disjointed pieces, as Anthron would love to say, hanging pawns being allowed to take without any response. I'm thinking, you know, the forward positions over towards porch side. Uban was kind of posted there. Early pick towards apartments that Tamu was able to win out. You know, not a lot of resistance in that direction. And not really the Cougs' fault, but MKT finding that crazy spam through the smoke. Also, a kill early that was not able to be responded to.
Deagle up in CT. Just trying to make a fine line because right here, Roman now not going to know about that second Peach's positioning. This can really get tricky and get sticky when you fall right into the mix. Look at Koi, just taking this into his own hands, and really great try and get alive and stay into the mix right here, but it's air switch from the back calls that's trying to extend the hand, but buying enough time for his team to rotate in, well, that's good enough.
I mean, he's bought a hell of time here.
Hell.
Not close. Oh, that's unfortunate. Can't quite track it down, and neither can Sam. The P250's not good. Craze with 3 on low HP, 6 health, and he just walks through them.
I think he hit a little bunny hop on the way out too, man. It's a little more style point-esque play, and I gotta say, sauced him up there at the end, Vinny.
Yeah, he did. Sliced and diced, man. Starting to see a little bit of that flair that I expect from Tamu come back to the forefront, Marky. It's a tactical timeout called. Again, don't think we have any way of knowing who calls what, but I love assuming that it's whoever I say. This time it's Houston.
So right now I'm sifting through. We had some like fun facts coming out for the Houston side, but I guess now that like Texas A&M is on the up and up, I'll pull up a couple there as well. What, isn't it like the oldest public university? Nah, that's a lame fun fact.
Not so fun. Boo! Better fun facts.
I'll get back to you.
Okay.
They seem to used to have a real life dog that was a mascot.
Yeah,
that's why we
okay.
love the Georgia Bulldogs, though. They're keeping
I was gonna
on that
say
tradition.
the Bulldogs better, so it's fine. Next. Yes. Me, a Georgia boy, being very biased.
I frankly agree with you, man. Ain't some dogs over there.
We're trying to track down a couple of spams through this smoke, getting a little damage done. MKT a taste of his own medicine, but it's not just one-way traffic. Koi left not with all of the pieces to his pie. Interesting move. This is looking like it's going to be like a B split type of attempt.
Ooh, okay. Sam getting in for the 2. And MKT, okay. Koi is hitting him with the stunner as well, but just keeping himself afloat. It's a 5 versus 2 right now. I wouldn't blame Koi if he wanted to just run through that smoke and try his hand at another kill, but had held that craze in the back lines out of the mix himself. Now roaming in a 1v5. I gotta say, Vinny, look, it's looking a lot better for Texas A&M to start. But here's a fun fact, and a one that, you know, you're mentioning some of the Cougars fact before we'd have to fact check, and maybe we could just ask Nas or something. So the Sol Ross statue is apparently a campus tradition is to put a penny on the foot of Sol Ross for good luck on exams. Maybe this, you know, translates to the football games, and in this example, esports. You know, I don't think that happened before, Mirage. I don't know if you feel the same.
I'm going to be honest, that sounds like one of those things that I was talking about. Where
right.
I was lied to on my orientation day. But, you know, maybe not. I'll send Nas a message and see what happens. I did talk to him ahead of last match or last week's game. So we'll see what we get back. Tamu on the bounce back, but Houston very much the same. You know, finally a little bit better in that last round after a couple losses on the trot. And it leaves MKT lacking. We're back in business here with this spam fight. I will say for the Cougs, something that I have been interested in seeing a little bit more of is them just contesting this banana control. Texas A&M have found that if they just pressure it, they'll get this space for free. And even beyond that, Houston haven't actually tried to retake that area.
I think that it takes a really disciplined team to show those sort of protocols, and being that this is Texas A&M's map pick, maybe we're going to be expecting that out of their CT side with, you know, what we've come to understand. Smoke fades. And with one released right now, that's going to be up towards Moto. Still going to probably be waiting for this to be hit. It looks like that crawl right through into brackets is not going to work out for Nas trying to lead from the front, but Clear and Deer, this B site is going to be hit. Look at Koi on this position. Who's going to be watching for it? It's Char actually was. That's going to be a nice one to get back over, and in danger of losing their man advantage now. 25 seconds left to get this bomb planted.
And plenty of time. Now they can start the timer going the other direction. Okay. Tension, random shot through the smoke. Gets it on target. Char and Craze going to play off of one another, and as that smoke fades, Roman got his. Craze untouched. And it's a save.
And bar for bar, this is a hard pill to swallow for sure. Like, I think that it's very interesting. You know, we're missing air switch out of it, but obviously everybody's human, can have a slow start every now and again. Texas A&M, they show you that they're example one of this. Obviously getting completely schooled in that first map, have a lead just barely, and what? It was at 13-3, right? So they're already doing better.
13-2, no?
Sheesh. Whatever it was, not too good.
I'm not gonna lie. I don't know if it came through on the broadcast, but in our voice software that will be unnamed, you cut out 3 times during that sheesh.
That's how I like it.
Get the Mark internet. I don't know.
Dude, I'm trying, man.
I'm
trying, bro. I'm trying. I know they got fiber.
This guy
Midwest,
got like 5 megabyte upload. Like, come on, man.
I know it's crazy. Well, I have like 10, bro, and like,
He
look,
thinks he's cool.
I used to think that was awesome, you know, when I was like, bro, I'm about to say this, like, and this is gonna be like a decade old. I feel like it's done me well, bro. I've like been able to like work my way on the internet, you know. In fact, you know, have a nice playing career I did myself through, you know, open domain, dropping 60 ADR right on my internet. Like, it was fine. But dude, now they have just like NASA internet everywhere, you know, just in every neighborhood. I'm just like, I'm behind.
You're behind the times. No, I mean, it's fine for most things. You bet. Air switch. Oh, the turn for air switch for another. USP comes out, but MKT having none of that business. But it's the setup. Oh my goodness, Sam just gets a little bit of a peek. The elbow shown and Roman gone. MKT gonna need the 1v3.
I actually really like his positioning. But right here, it's going to be actually a conservative approach by the Cougars. And they're waiting for the poke and prod up from lane. I was worried that the opportunity to present the 1v1 was presented from Moto. However, it's shown from lane, but that was all a part of the plan. Now hands down in the bomb, and we're back to a tied game.
Yeah, I mean, you talked about the positioning and the way that Houston were going for that. We're handling that approach. And I got to agree with you, man. Really impressed with their patience, with how well they were not going to be taking that fight through the smoke, letting their lane aggressor just like take the space, take those fights early. And then once he finds the information, the guys who are bodied up, duoed essentially, that can play together, then they take the 2v1 as a unit. That's great to see. And that, I mean, again, it's those little details that I think Houston have been doing very well.
Ooh, and they are just going so fast that the Aggies are going to have to get on the rotation. But Craze, look at this. Puts them in the case. 3. And I don't think that the Cougars are going to be able to meet him at this pace at all. Already in CT spawn with an AWP, making a 4th kill. And Uban probably won't even give him the opportunity for the ace, but the damage done. Look at that. The B-side blown open.
Sniff him out. Hunt them down. Gotta go get this ace. You don't. But what if? Just think about it.
I want him to.
Just think about it.
He's so close. Be a bit of an audio cue out towards that other side. I think Uban is going to know where to avoid.
Yeah, I think so. And that's Roman anyway.
He goes in halls.
That's not even the guy. Come on.
Is it not the guy?
No. Craze is he's further back. He's dropped that op as well that he had. Which I guess, to be fair, a little bit of pace is what Tamu finds success with in that round. It was an off-kilter purchase after the quick victory in the 3-on-1, but it's the CT side, as per usual, left wanting after a win plus a loss.
Left definitely needing, for sure, something to hold on to. This Inferno, I think, definitely has at least stood up to the expectations for how recoverable it was for A&M, right? I think the possibility of just kind of the flip into the Aggies blowing out in their map pick was quite low, but I feel like at the turn we see right here, off of this bat now it's possible. Here's the execute onto it, and you're seeing USPs out here. Nothing to be had here, and Craze just continues to maneuver into the B site. Shin trying to go crazy there on the Zeus, but Vinny, just not today. Not in the plans, not anywhere near the itinerary. 1v5 for Sam Dolphin now.
I love how you've just decided that's his full name.
I had a government of
Yeah,
first
like,
and last.
First name Sam, last
What do you think
name
his middle name is?
Probably Orca.
Is that not a whale species, bro?
Yeah, it is.
I like that.
You know, see, related but not the same.
That's how it usually goes.
Oh man, but just to talk Counter-Strike for a second, Craze, a ridiculous. I was about to say crazy. Can't be doing that. A ridiculous amount of impressive work he's been doing on these like B plays. Like his entry prowess on the B side is incredible.
The only way to take him down is to just nade the hell out of him before you even see him. U-Man finds a kill up in apartments with USP somehow.
That's normal.
Yep. And Craze still around himself. What is happening here, guys? Get it together. Guns in hands. We need to stand up. This is a comeback attempt that's on the way. And Craze, he's going to try and take advantage of it. Sam flips up with the MP9. McCoy out back from his crevice. He has just got to protect the rest of the site. Not still right into the pit, but now just going to drown right into the pool. It's going to be a 5th round put up for Houston as they continue to fight against the Aggies.
Yeah, good spot there to help stand tall. Ridiculous, by the way, that I don't even know who it was there for Texas A&M that jumped up onto first oranges, and there was a guy there the whole time, and he just didn't see him. That's incredible, but nearly a tied-up scoreline here. Tamu on the T side, though, with a lead. Even if this is 6-6, I'd say job is done for them. Dude, they're so fast. It's a minute 35. They're already fully got long control. They're wrapping onto A.
Ooh, and Craze gets a very nice shot. Oh, and Nas just the victim to the timing there. Still takes down Koi. I think either way would have been one and done in that spot. Roman with an opening towards that B side, and I think that's going to have to dawn the rotation in. U-Ban a little bit behind on that. But that smoke is just so deep. And look, while that smoke is so deep, it's going to lock them out. It's kind of obvious positioning now around the smoke. They're going to be clearing early, and if they do successfully find that kill, it's going to be a hard 1v2 for MKT to be able to win. But this repositioning is actually so crucial by Roman. So I think all my concerns rather out the window.
Yeah, I mean, good reposition. Still, especially something now that's not going to go checked, considering MKT's kill there. And it's playing off of one another very nicely, both MKT and Roman. Two players, I think, lost, missing over on Mirage that have come to play alongside the rest of the crew here on Inferno. So a tight lead, 7-5 into the second half, and Texas A&M really looking to push this to nuke.
And boy, wouldn't that be fun.
I have casted 7 maps of Counter-Strike today. None of them have been nuke. I would be very down.
Wouldn't be but a fun day, but a long day at the office. And Vinny, I know that we've had a long track record. Obviously, we were talking about the crazy day we started off at EU, but an awesome collegiate BO3 to start off on our first series. And honestly, I think this one has the makings to kind of match it, even if the first map was a little bit of a flop. But a lot of this to be found out by the pistol right now. And a big bite that Houston can kind of get off on the Aggies here if they are to rope it back to a 7-7 by this ticket held right here. Roman looks to just protect the count on site.
Yeah, this site super well defended, by the way, by Texas A&M. That is. Fortunately, the Cougs look towards B instead, and MKT, the sole defender, gonna have to go big. One tap. It's spicy. Gets the reload off. That extra bullet in the chamber going to be helpful as the onslaught comes forward. Not so clean this time. Might still be able to fight his way out. Good for nothing more. As Koi clears him.
Excellent comms in the back line. Char going to be finding that rotator. And this is what makes it a little bit more complicated. I feel like Houston are kind of misplacing their resources at the moment. Air switch. Gonna go down all on to Sam as he picks up a wand and just waves it. Craze now going to cut down the time. All of this distance so just short. Craze has to turn the corner, send something on
Got
it.
the kid.
With the kid on his back, he's got it, Vinny.
That's crazy. Gotta love that. Sam does so much work, does so much to help pull that back for UH, yet Texas A&M come out on top. Like you said, that extra little detail handling the issues that could have been created by, I forget who it was. It was Coy who got through arch side.
Right.
Kind of sprinting, trying to run them down. Char handled that with ease. A beautiful way to alleviate said pressure. And we got a drop there for Roman, unfortunately. So that is what the pause was for. But Roman back in quick time. Look at what I can't believe what I'm seeing. This is this is 5 MAC 10s. And, you know, I'm not usually a huge MAC 10 guy. You know, get a Galil or two. But they've got so much utility to work with. This is pretty cool.
So much utility, but so little flash is used in this time, and that's why they're just abused at the top of car. That's why this push won't get very far, unless it's through the hands of Air Switch, which, through this little bit of space that they get, I think he's able to put down this smoke, able to, I guess, split these players apart, but now it's pick your poison, basically.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that they are split is what gives me any hope. That being said, HP is retracting that hope very quickly. It's on a leash. That's where I keep my hope, if you were wondering, Marky.
On a leash.
Mm-hmm. Can't let it get too active.
That's what I mean, man.
But as separated as these guys are, I think, for me, Roman doing a great job of playing as safe as possible whilst being separated.
Yeah, really giving nothing over to Air Switch for free, who does have the full belt of nades. Roman literally just tucks behind the podium. Smoke will go down, and Air Switch will at least guarantee the bonus. Here goes Roman, and takes the headshot. That's 9 rounds carried over for the Aggies, and I gotta say that, you know what? With the lead, that's clearly, you know, flown to the way of the Aggies right now, as it should be. The 12th man is likely back on their side.
Well, I guess you're the 12th man whisperer. What I will say, Roman making statements from the pulpit there. Giving them the old left and the right. Letting them know what Tamu have to offer. 4 rounds now deep in the lead. It is looking better and better.
Very impressive right now, at least. With another idea up into the brinks. It should be a quick one placed out towards Arch. I'm not sure if this is to maybe go into a Halls pop or something a little bit more simple late, but they seemingly look actually towards that part of the map, which, like, look, free real estate at the moment, but I mean, it's going to be a moment till they realize it. 3 players at the start and actually bringing both back over towards this A side, so look at how the table turns.
MKT getting up in their face. Good supportive flashbang. It's a little too late, though. Air Switch nearly catches off the timing, and unfortunately now he's a man alone. Tamu, not too much trouble in that round. They cleaned it up very nicely. Up against the Eco, though. Here's where the real game gets started for Houston.
The real game.
Yeah. So where the real gamers play.
We've been playing the fake game to this point, like that one book turned into a movie.
Ready Player One?
Ender's Game. Yeah.
Oh, that is a wonderful book.
It is. It is.
One of my favorites, actually.
Craze? Oh, making this for real. in Banana. Another man advantage that they've taken right at the start of this one. And this T side shoved out in the first 30 seconds. I'd have to agree with you, Vinny. Definitely a great piece of literature. But Roman, he's been knowing that for a long time.
Yeah, from back in the day, right?
Yeah, man. Because the city was built like in less than 24 hours or something crazy like that. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah. Far before that literature that we were talking about ever existed. He was there for it all, Roman. MKT, though, sending Sam packing. For the time being, he'll be swimming with the fishies, if you will. MKT keeping him good for more. Coin and air switch, gonna have to clean this up together, but on the move. Cray's already low. There's still an additional defender here, though.
Oh, Char. That's a brunt end to this, but it might just be to Inferno altogether. I say, man, head out to the next venue, man. Get your seats. Get them in the front row for Nuke, because I got to say, we got to be headed all the way there. Likely to be kind of the half buy in at this point, but like 4 loss bonus, throw something at the wall, and it should stick eventually. The Cougars know that all too well from map 1, but I gotta say that whatever it was for Texas A&M, it's a map pick for Houston, right? They went on according to plan, regardless of how dominant it was. The Aggies bounced back like nothing happened. That's a little bit tragic, as now Roman is going to be able to take this peak, but nothing to worry about too soon.
Well, maybe so.
Char. Roman gets out with 1, but now got to survive.
Yeah, he's doing that very well, though. Like I said, been around for a long time, so he's got a lot of practice. A little bit of a recovery made, though, of some weaponry off the back of that. And when weapons are limited like they are right now for the Cougs, could be a big deal. As I say that, Craze, who's typically towards B, is pushed down mid, and he's in T steps playing contain. Now, whilst that's happened, there is somebody who's slipped a gap. Sam is not at mid. He's on what is becoming a very long flank to remove Craze from play.
Just can't find the answer to it, however. A waiting game that we play at this 45-second mark where this B site looks more than equipped to go for this. But now Sam, I guess I'll just wait for him to kind of put it into gear for this flank. MKT checking on that. Not going to find anything on the safe side. Maybe enough time to attempt to call this back, but we know what Boogeyman is lurking below.
What Boogeyman is that?
Boogie Woogie Woogie. That one.
Okay.
The scariest of the bunch. And right here, it's Nas up top, and man, I wouldn't have want to face him. Not like that. 4 out of the round. You pick one member of Texas A&M. Well, which Aggie is it? Who's going to be the weak side for this? Not really looking like they have that front out right now.
No, there's no weak points. Nothing to pressure. No place, no soft spot to find victories in. Cougs looking lesser. And it's been an unstoppable CT half. They've yet to lose a round, and they might not stop now. Sam hopping for the tease, but I mean, look at this defensive smoke that Houston tossed out at the top Banana, man. Like that's how dangerous they feel that Tamu are on Banana.
That feeling that they get right back down, right? They have to be able to spend their utility back for this. Roman just got a big kill back, makes it a double Vinny, and now they split into action. Bottom of Banana. That op's still in the play. That smoke down. However, they know there's nothing lurking behind it.
Say that, and I would tend to agree that there might be an inkling that that's the case, but they're taking their time, and you know what that's allowing is this rotation. That smoke going to give Roman even further indication. It's the good smoke, though. Not going to be so easy to blow that one away. And so as that Molotov fades, there is no defense available for Tamu. And so rotation called in. Nat's going to join Roman.
Roman going mobile. And just clipping. Okay. Sam with a huge shot. Nas had the 2K before. From a more vertical position, had that boost in CT. Flash out. Dude, what is going on? Nade onto his own self. This is insane. Nas brings him down to 10 health, but I gotta say, shenanigans at the end, but it was a perfect distraction for the Cougars to pull it over. They would have to get 6 more in a row to bring it to OT. Nuke inevitable.
Yeah, that was impressively bad utility from the Bucks.
Man. Come on, bro.
Like, though, I'll be honest, it worked actually way better because that flash was so bad. It took years to pop, and so Nas dodged it, then went back to look, and by the time he went back, it popped, so it was effective. That was pretty good. Fakes up for the nade, right?
I would say so. That one was definitely just like, all right, what are we doing here? Smoke down onto Arch just at the lip of this basin, and Roman fits an incendiary all the way through that on quite the alley. Comes back for it, but I would say it's definitely been through these late B plays. Tied it all the way through. Houston has had a very nice ending towards that, but been able to kind of whiplash this Brackets defense on that same front. Smoke's still down for it, but I think it's just a matter of time. They put that down onto Arch right now, going for this more in a puggy way. They just force themselves into Brackets, and, well, they'll just come out on top. But I don't think anybody expected Nas to get the double. I don't think anybody expected Roman to miss twice. And right here, they're up in his grill and over the hurdle. That's insane, Vincent. Playing with them.
Gonna have to play around and get something going here in the 2-on-3. MKT starts out on the right foot. Another smoke deployed.
No,
but it's perfect for Koi to mess around with. He's got the one required. 8K grabbed, and Char's getting out of there, maybe? Sticking around a little longer, but ultimately going to concede the round.
Cook for some exits, I guess, at the end of the day. Koi with a great round there, and more credit to Sam, who was just so rude to Roman there on the op. Made him miss 3 shots, but
yeah,
gotta have the jukes for it, right? Has the sauce.
That's his fault, man. You made him do that, for sure. You know what? Nothing has been meeting expectations today, Marky. Across both the series that we've talked about today, nothing right what we expected. And Houston not letting that change. We expected, after, flawless run to 12 rounds for Tamu, to see them close out, but no. UH have had something to say about that. They find a couple of kills. Pulling it back. At least starting to. But what to say, Craze really looks like he wants to go through that smoke, and he will.
Oh, wow. A little bit unfortunate for you. Checked out of it. But you're right. I don't think that this is any kind of rising action to not really take seriously. The Aggies, they want to put the end to Inferno. But they gotta be able to just pick up one more. I mean, closing is not as easy as it sounds, but I mean, they're setting themselves up for quite a good buy. So, I mean, this is what's necessary to get there, which is taking it a little bit.
Yeah, one foot in front of the other. That's all you can really do here. But as we talked about for Dakota State in our last series, Marky, like this commanding lead, 7 rounds in the right direction that Tamu had at their disposal, it starts to really get chipped away at very fast. We're now just 4 rounds from... Okay. Yep. Someone check him, PC.
I agree. You ban. You naughty boy. That is...
You might be banned.
That is unbelievable. No kidding, man.
It's just jokes. It's just a joke. But also,
Bro is on the gear.
yeah, that was
Dude,
incredible.
I said that on the cast the other day. I can't remember. I think it was with Dugade, and he was like, that's an OG reference. I'm like, you don't think I'm an OG because I'm 22, man?
Yeah, you're not. That's the way it goes.
I'm
You're
like,
young,
okay, Unk.
young pup.
Then they don't like, oh, okay,
Okay.
Dude,
I got
that's
another.
ridiculous.
What? He just put them in the ground.
Little peekaboo peek we have going on. Just out of it.
Mollywopped.
No kidding, man. I would say lack of a better term for me, but I think you nailed it on the head. See if Nas has any of that back in his cabinet. Hell of a timing. Could be presentive as he fades through the smoke, but this is the prestige of a Strict. And right now, he's at least got to be able to work out the next couple of steps, and he does. Pulling it back to a 3 versus 3 now. MKT hits a crucial dink, but Air Switch going to be team killing.
Oh no! Can't be doing that. MKT force forward. Already down low. Air switch. She's making up for it by taking Nas out. MKT goes, and Koi's got them both. Oh my goodness, a full house between these two, and Air Switch just posterizing them at the very beginning of that round. Little jiggle and pop, pop, they're dead.
If you didn't see it yourself, well, Vinian just gave you the best descriptor possible. Awesome stuff to move on from, but less so for the Cats right now, for the Cougars rather. I mean, in form of Cat, I don't know if I can quite take that back. Sending it down mid, not having to think about it too hard, and yeah, that round's over at double digits. That's how quickly this comeback has happened, and worse for wear for the Aggies. Snap your fingers, it's within 2 right now. They should have invested way more in that, bought the Deagle armor, and really gave that one a shot. I am a little bit daunted by that they just gave it away on a mid-rush.
You speaking of double digits, I don't think we even got to double digits in the seconds that that round took. Might have been less than 10. Yeah, I mean, they definitely could have gotten a little bit more out of that round, but I mean, this one they've got pretty much all the bells and whistles. Roman taking a little bit less to get this op out, but I mean, this is where it's got to be good. And actually, speaking of concerning things, this is concerning to me. Texas A&M, their game plan, the whole map, has been about taking aggressive banana control. They've been really active in that area of the map. And as you would expect, it's a key area to control. But this round, from the very beginning, they barely even toss any utility and play passive in that area, giving it over and allowing for Air Switch to creep up even now without much of an investment.
Flashed into banana. So much dough in the pockets right now. They can really roll in it, man. The diamonds on the AK, you know Air Switch is dancing. He's got some in the bag. You know, right next to those stickers on the gun is that burger right there, dude. That's what I'm thinking. Some dinner after this VO3, Vinny. Yummy.
I knew,
oh, yeah.
I knew exactly what you were thinking. I know you to be a late night food enjoyer, as am I.
Oh, dude, a late night burger enjoyer, more specifically.
That's nothing better.
Anything hits hard, bro. Past like 9 p.m., 8 p.m. Regular hours.
Oh, I was gonna say good setup. Passive, as I mentioned before.
Ooh.
Char gets his. Cray's gonna trade off the back of it. Gotta get a little bit more done. This trade needs to come through immediate. Sam does that. But they're both coming in immediately. Bomb just now planted, but out in the open, the continuation of the spray is a little bit scary. But Nas has his teammate in tow, and so Roman will stop the bleed. Texas A&M push it to nuke.
They finally get there. Stitch it up right at the end. It took the Aggies maybe a little bit longer than they expected. 5 rounds in a row for the Cougars to text themselves. Maybe, you know, they're a little bit warm now headed into nuke. I think that, honestly, for the second week, the first time that I'm joining on the semester, look, man, I feel like if you were worried about the price of admission at home, throw that out the window. We're getting it all here, and I'm a little bit biased because nuke is always such a fun decider here, but I don't know which way it's gonna go. Look, and I think that's the more fun with you have a classic matchup like this. I mean, what? Houston and Texas A&M playing in all sorts of sports. When you have a classic matchup like this come down to the wire, I think we were a little bit disappointed with how that first map went. All made up for. This looks to be a very fun one, but Vincent, I think we have some time to wait.
We do, unfortunately, a little bit of time to wait out here. Not too long, but one last point about that game in particular. Obviously, like a hugely impressive bounce back from the rest of the cast there at Texas A&M, right? Char was the only guy showing up on Mirage, but you had MKT, I think, really showing up. Craze, obviously, on that T side was a huge factor. The amount of entries and, like, prowess that he was showing over on the B-Bomb site was really good to see. And obviously, return for Nas as well. Lots to like about what Texas A&M were doing. Lots to like in general, actually, for this series. We got a whole lot of fun stuff going on. In fact, here with Playfly as well, if you don't know about our Extra Life team, and check it out. We last year had more than 120 players from over 25 different teams join our super team page to help raise over $30,000 for Extra Life. If you want to join the Playfly College Esports super team page to help change kids' health and change the future, all you got to do is connect with us on our Discord. You can do !Discord in the chat and get involved to help get your fundraising initiatives amplified. So definitely want you to do that. While you're doing that, we're going to take that break and we're going to get things started for Nuke coming up next. Alrighty, well, it was last night. The Cowboys got a dub on Thursday Night Football.
Boo!
And it is tonight that we're going to see another Texas team not located in Dallas take a win. Which one, though, will we be seeing take that W? It's Nuke. That's already underway. Sorry, we've missed the pistol round. But as you can see, UH have taken their time with things and gotten the victory.
Yeah, and I think the ball rolling still kind of continuing on from Inferno. They'll be kind of well to get onto this. And look, I think that kind of riffing back and forth, like, I think that a lot of the time when you have, like, these collegiate teams, even if, like, the University of Houston and, you know, the Aggies, respectfully, they do kind of, here at the beginning of the semester, like, they do have little practice for what we're going to see later in the season, how cohesive they're going to look in Week 8. However this goes for the squads, look, I think that here it's going to be important to get these matchups right. The schedule is the schedule. You're going to play whoever the hell is in front of you. Even if this one, you know, seeding-wise, you know, I think personally it's important to a lot of these players. You're going to have to match up regardless of when this is timing up for you. 4 MAC-10s out of this, and I know, Vincent, you may look to probably critique this, but I think they're going to try in the pace play, which as a response on Nuke isn't the worst thing in the world, but they're stopped up right here up top. It's Koi and Sam. They're just pivoting back and forth. 3 kills on the defense.
Yeah, I don't think the pace play is a bad idea. I think the issue is that works just fine with Tech 9s too.
Yeah.
Which, you know, it's not like they could have used a lot more utility in that, so maybe it's not that much of an actual point that I'm proving there. That said, unfortunately, doesn't work out. Tamu tried the pace play in a couple of halves at this point, and neither time has it been as effective as they would have liked. Question. Oh, we have an eco. How do you feel about candy corn? We're coming up on, you know, spooky season here.
Get ready to get your pitchforks and torches, ladies and gentlemen. I have never eaten candy corn.
What?
Yeah, bro.
Never in your whole life?
I will make it a mission to do that this fall. How about that?
I mean, it's not like an amazing candy.
It's just like I don't know, like a sucky candy, dude, for lack of a better term.
No, it's not that. It's just definitely
really?
not. No.
I always assumed it was like something like that.
No.
You
should definitely try
right here for the Aggies, however. What is it exactly? The round is over here. Could be the recipe, because it looks to be something like that, no?
It's literally like candied sugar. Like, it's chewy. It's not that amazing. It's just like a thing that everybody, you know, gets at like Halloween time, November as well. Like,
oh, everybody, huh?
Yeah. Everybody but weird people like you.
Look, I'm not defending myself.
You are
right
not
now.
missing anything, but also the fact that you haven't ever had it is a problem, and you should remedy that.
I agree. I think I've only had like 1 peanut butter and jelly in my life too, if that.
Okay, now that is something I can't handle.
I'm just a turkey sandwich boy. What's the problem here? Now Ruben and Groovum outside. MKT, he's confident about his decisions as well, no matter what Vincent says. Though I don't think he's getting questioned by Vinny at the moment.
Nope, just you.
Look, these are not like unquestionable things that I'm doing here. I deserve all of the criticism.
No, only you, Marcus Aurelius. Only you. We've got NKT deep onto the B site, and Chinchin is currently playing a dangerous game. Wait. Pull the knife out. Yes!
Yes.
Oh, Roman able to activate, though, and with tension down, that dangerous game that he was playing has now been snapped into 2 pieces. The A site, the B site, neither of which are confirmed victorious for Tamu.
Ooh, and shadow advantage right there on Nanas. Now leaves Roman in a 1v3. And he just stays in the hell at the moment. Uban might be his first contact, flicking down, and no shot out of it. Even if the kill came through, would have been mollied out, would have been burned out eventually. It's going to be perfect so far, out coming from the Cougars.
Okay, so I know we're on a Marky hate train here, and it's supposed to be leaving the station, but it's parked for the moment. What is that called? What did you just say that was? Hell?
Yeah, that's totally hell, no?
No, it's hell is under heaven, obviously.
Well, this is true, actually. This is true.
That's got to be something else. That's dark.
Oh, it's dark. That's dark. You're right.
I'm sorry. That was not very nice of me, but I was
it's okay.
very
In my
funny.
first, this prompts me up for one to knock it out of the park, bro. Somebody on my first open team called that Able J. And I'm like,
Huh?
that's too much, bro.
What?
He was a Brazilian Counter-Strike fan, so we gave him a pass.
That's insane.
It was when Able J was on Fury all that time ago.
Yeah. Bro is not good enough to be getting a spot named after him.
Definitely not.
I'm sorry to say. What utility just got thrown deep into the... Something happened outside, and I don't know what it was.
Oof.
MKT. He's really starting off strong. Like, these individual fights for MKT have been pretty insane.
I gotta agree. Not unscathed out of this one, however. 14 health, still waiting in the balance. And Sam looks to just make the difference himself. Bomb gonna be planted now, and just clipped out of the doors. Here in the post plant, still making his name heard and taking it personally to get the Aggies' first round up and completed. Here goes Koi, and just choked out himself. Would have to be a 2v5, but I see that Sam is up for the task. However, that's just his effort alone. Tracks himself over to the single door, which has to clear onto the corner. MKT, have yourself a round.
Dude started with 14 HP on that first duel. He takes 2 more and puts him in the dirt. Stomps him out. Make sure there's no fire left in there, though fire might be missing. Mostly because that's for Char. But Houston still have money.
Favorite Pokemon, Vincent?
Okay, that's
Gun
not
your
fair.
head.
That's not fair because it is Charizard.
5. Okay, that's not a bad option though.
Yeah, that's
will
mostly
agree.
because I was like not a big Counter-Strike Pokemon player.
And saw his cards other places. Same thing with U-Ban in Mini. And he's just connecting it through. Koi on the way, gone, but we remember all of the action that Craze was able to get down there on the B side of Inferno. Still continuing, I guess, with the pop there in A. Char with the 2-piece. I guess that would be grounds for that favoritism. There goes a Roman catching Sam on the way out. I happen to be a fan of one Dragonite. That's my favorite Pokemon. It's quite cool. Yeah, man.
I think my second favorite would be like Greninja.
Dude, who?
Greninja? What?
What are you on, bro? Grid Ninja? Dude, what game is this from? I just Googled him. I actually saw a Funko Pop of this Pokemon. That's interesting. I guess I know what to get you for Christmas.
What game is this from? Pokemon, obviously.
Well, what iteration? What iteration?
I actually don't know.
It's a good question, bro.
Gen 6.
That's probably too far out of the OG 151. So, yeah, man.
He's quick, is the thing.
I like that.
Yeah,
Well,
speed
ninja
guy.
in the name, you know.
That's true. Should be expected.
Ooh, that was quick.
Yeah, he had the only AK available this round, but that trade is so swift that AK is now duplicated into 2. They found a little bit of a bug where those AKs starting to become not just one, but multiples of themselves.
I was holding the ladder patiently. Nothing really currently biting on this. But earlier, their findings look to multiply their chances. Craze looking to divide. Here's Koi up top, who finishes the problem himself. However, this equation not fully solved. Still Nasa waiting in the vent, and Roman hanging around as well. U-Ban, however, with the timing. And air switch along with him.
Yeah, hold on. This is complicated. Now Nass is all alone. Unknown, though. And he's going to walk in. This should be 2 for Nass. He just needs to hold the trigger finger, and he will grab them both. Koi, he was the quick trader, and he's the one with an AK and armor. But the bomb recollected. Back up to the A site. and it's a free plant. Now, complications for Koi.
Alina's back pocket. And Nas can position wherever he pleases outside of Mini.
Okay.
Koi trying to spam out. Yeah, here goes the Molly down below. Pre-firing. Sure, paranoid of each position. Transitions down to the floorboards now, and on 9 and 2, needs a clutch to go along with it. Taps onto the bomb once, but you're not going to fool Nas. However, he does look to go and sees enough, which is really nothing. A tap onto the bomb now, and Koi sees that there can only be one place, but now just shot in the back of the head. Would have been the face, but the timing caught him as he pivoted around. Vincent is within one now.
Yeah, it was a crucial 1v1 that Sam won against Nas in the early stages of Mirage. About, similar scoreline too. 3-3, 2-2, something like that. And it's a critical 1v1 that Nas saves Texas A&M with here on Nuke on the final map of this series.
Char going real quick into the ramp. See how they deal with this. Not a ton of utility. That's going to be over onto the Cougars side. Sam getting pushed into the way. Maybe not a wise choice by Craze to push that line as far as he did, but into lower right now. With this positioning on to control onto double, Shin just gives it up and they take it handily. Double mollies at a cost, but they're going to actually have to force that position out if they want to hold on to it, because that's where Koi looks to just reinforce.
Yeah, numbers punched in. Able to move forward, but difficult spot to trying to work your way back in, though not attention is going to be having this success. MKT returns to the fray, and it's a spam spray crossfire set. You've been, though.
All dead. Oh.
Yeah, I was just about to say, it all happened at once, and I was stun locked.
Caught me off guard too, don't you worry. I think even Houston were on that same boat with us. They sail along for the 5th, no matter the tide. Right here on the lower side, it gets tricky, but right here, Sam has been a constant, and honestly, that's what the Cougars need, something to hold on to, and this one will really give them that ticket forward. What a great best of 3 we have here at the latter hour, and I think this one is going to give us all that we're hoping for.
Yeah, this fight back and forth is a lot of fun to watch. Though I think Tamu deserves a lot of credit right now. Going bar for bar on the T side of Nuke is an impressive performance already. That's an Ichi, though, that's going to be very painful for Tamu. Missing the second phase of this smoke. That's a little late. Spam catches onto MKT, doing further damage. Flashbangs and utility, unfortunately, catching Tamu players as well in their attempt to move forward, and it's not quite so clear the avenue of approach.
And that's air switch, taking out Char outside, goes for double at the big garage, and that's all that mini play snuffed out. Craze, opportunity up the vent. However, little it is going to be stunning Koi on the site, but traded out. And now Shin down below has MKT in his court, but it's Sam to actually escort out. 6-3 right here, and Aggies, they go back-to-back. Rather, the Cougars do.
I'm going to be honest. I feel like there was a lot of team flashes outside. Like, those were all really good flashes, and they all caught the CTs, but nobody was actioning on them. And so we were watching from the CT's perspective the whole time, but like, nobody moving forward. It kind of felt like everybody else was blind. Just an assumption I've made.
Definitely got to line this up, right? I mean, for Texas A&M having such a great T side that they did on that second Batman, slipped down the vent, and there is that check at least. Go ahead and endorse it. It's a little bit of a bonus, but right here, they're just going to, all right, Char's going to at least catch a kill. I was about to say, catch all the rotations down. Eventually finding their ways. Nobody on the bomb at the moment? Saying correctly.
Yeah, we just got trolled a little bit. It's fine.
Happens.
3 in a row for Texas A&M, now leading back. University of Houston, give them the same exact situation. And so, what was even not that long ago, remember we were talking 4-3. They were fighting back to back. It was round after round, bar for bar. That's the words I used. It seems that we're in opposing mindsets now to what we were thinking then. Texas A&M starting to lose the plot.
I definitely can attest to that, as the ideologies develop on a map like Nuke that, at least for Houston, seemingly have kind of grown with the tide right here. Seems like they're pushing it on the way quite smoothly. With one player removed out of the Aggies belt early, Vincent, a little bit awkward down the stretches. I mean, they're going to have quite enough money, at least on Nas's pockets, to be good in round 12, but not a great standing entirely.
No. I mean, still not a lost round, though. That rising tide raising this boat, being piloted, though, by Houston directly into the right place. His flashbangs out, sends him off the angles. Koi stands tall, but he's traded from the door side. Trying to drop, but they lined up. Sam with the collat. Nas 1v3 will be belled by Air Switch. It is so good right now for Houston.
Awesome stamps that they're able to put on it. And I gotta say that the Aggies, I was expecting a little bit more from them with that face they were able to show in the middle of this half. It really was impressive for them, but I don't know, just teeing it up for the Cougars to just hit it right over this net and collecting this point for what could be the 9-3 would be devastating. Honestly, a throwback to what was this opening in map 1.
Yeah, it's true. Very similar. That a 10-2 half. This could be that 9-3, as you mentioned. Towards the A site, keeping it simple this time. There's not a good set of utility, though. It's just contact. They swing out, and it's a flashbang that's perfect. Koi tosses it in for himself. He lines up them all. U-Ben gets his, leaves Craze 1v4. Now cut to 3. What chance does he have, though?
I mean, Craze is a player that's shown heroics in map 2. 6-10 right now. Not a whole lot of hope entirely for the Aggies side. I don't know, man. What do you want to say? Pulling over from the 12th man, call up some sort of prayer right here. That's what it would take. It's a 9-3 already in the books. However, it just feels delayed. Craze finds the bomb and looks to find his way out towards the ramp to make this thing a little bit more tricky.
I mean, I guess that is the key indicator, right? Is that the bomb is at least held. Nobody actually watching this? This is a huge gap. Sprint down B. Bomb, gonna be a guarantee. Alright, not what we were looking for in terms of a Molotov, but set up into the post plant, getting into dark. I mean, many clutches have been farmed up from here, Marky, but Craze, he's got a lot. And the shadow, not seen. Tension puts him down.
9-3. Yeah, man. Absolutely wild. Texas A&M. I don't know about you, Vincent, but I certainly expected a little bit more. They're headed onto the T side now, CT side rather, where with the pistol, a little bit of momentum, right? I think that they can carry this one back. You know, there was a point at which I think that the Cougar side made it a little bit closer on Inferno and brought it all the way up, and I got to see if those are in the cards here at the end of the night where, look, man, I wouldn't blame you if you guys were maybe a little bit tired at this point. It's been a long day. Vinny, we know how this can even track for these squads. 9-3, big number to call. All the pressure upon you. Let's see how you respond.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, a pistol round would be great. Because I think Houston have, like, all but one of the pistols. Over these two maps. Tension, getting active with the dualies. They're doing damage. Roman got a two-piece. I'm looking to put more together. Doesn't quite need the support. Say that. Craze actually stole his one away, so it's Craze that got the three-piece.
Bit of competition in the server. Friendly amongst the team is always good. But this is what we were talking about. A little pistol round can go a long way. No bomb plant to be carried over to the Cougar side. They're going to have to work for it back. But we'll see if their offense and rendition was kind of as tracked along the side as the Aggies definitely were. Not being one of their strengths, at least it seems at the moment. But we'll see how they prompt up on their CT side.
So, Marky,
please.
Considering you... Please what? What are you asking?
Please.
Okay.
Go ahead, ask me your question.
Yeah. So since you don't partake in candy corn, what is your favorite Halloween candy?
And this is gonna be a little bit wild considering I told you I haven't had many peanut butter and jelly sandwiches in my life. In fact, I am a fan of bread, peanut butter, and jelly. Just to put that out there, my favorite candy is Reese's, bro. I love the nice Reese's Pieces. Dude, I don't actually like Reese's Pieces. I just like saying it. I love a nice classic Reese's cup.
That's up there for me. I would agree. Those were high quality items at my family table after Halloween trick or treating.
Certainly.
You know, I don't know if that was a thing for you, but the candy trade was very real.
Yeah, you gotta lay them all out, see what you got.
Yeah, exactly.
You know?
See who got the best haul.
Absolutely, man. You have any cool neighbors that just like give you the like big size candy bar?
Yeah, one or two.
Like those guys would only be around for like 1 or 2 years, and they're like,
because
man,
then
this
they
is
would learn.
expensive.
Especially these days. I don't know that anybody's
No
doing that
kidding.
these days, unless they're shopping at Sam's or something.
Ooh, that's a nice headshot up.
Sammy. Showing him the business there. Putting him down flat in his face.
Yeah, man. The kids coming into, trick or treat nowadays are like Tony Soprano. They're like, I came in at the end and the best is over.
That's it. Check off your bingo cards. The Sopranos reference.
But no kidding, man.
Yeah, it might be the best might be over. You might be right. The best certainly not over.
Certainly not. Not for Craze. He does not pivot into that second kill. Look at how the Cougars sprint themselves all the way back into action. Just like that, Nas is going to try his hand at a 1v4, but Vincent, I think this one is well and over.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, 1v3. I'd honestly give Nas like an attempt at this if it weren't for the fact that he was already at 46 health. So, given the fact he's not even going to go for it, not even going to give it any sort of try, Smoke would have complicated things even further. But U-Man just on the move, man. He was everywhere. Like, crosshair flying across the screen. Nas hoping for exits here, which feels a little bit greedy, to be honest with you.
I agree. Gets him anyway, but he's taken down with it.
I was gonna say, I feel like Nas is like a lot more knowledgeable than me at this game, but I was gonna say, man, I feel like you don't live there.
Maybe just wasn't calculating it. Is what it is. Either way, it's double digits finally on the side of the Cougars, and well, look, that one is definitely gonna scare, man. October's coming up, Vinny. We're sitting here talking about Halloween candy. I got a question for you now.
All right, your turn.
Best Halloween costume, man, that you wore.
Oh. Definitely. Okay, it's a whole family costume.
Oh, yes, I love those.
All right. My dad was like, I forget who my dad was. I think my dad, somebody, might have been like Han Solo. My mom was Princess Leia. My brother was Darth Vader. And I think I was Luke.
I like that.
And I can't remember what my sister was. She was very young at the time, so I just don't remember.
Maybe like a Wookiee?
No,
that would be cute, you know, like a little kid as like a Wookiee or something.
Yeah, I mean, that could work, but probably not.
Yeah.
If anything like that, she would have been like an Ewok. But I genuinely don't remember what she was. That's definitely up there.
That's a great one.
What about
I
you?
remember, well, my brother dressed up as Darth Vader one year, and I remember it poured rain, and that was tragic.
Oh.
That was very tragic. I think my best one that I did, I don't know if you're a Walking Dead fan, I dressed up as Carl Grimes in like 4th or 5th grade. That was a baller costume I had. 4th
or 5th grade? Jeez.
Yeah, man.
think I would have been terrified in 4th or 5th grade of The Walking Dead. Also, it wasn't around when I was in 4th or 5th grade, but, you know.
Oh, the knives are out! Oh, it was so close!
Your man stole it away by killing his teammate. No, you won't get the knife. I will kill my teammate before I let you knife him. That's real OG teamwork right there, man. Gotta respect it.
Keep the 1500 out of the pocket, right? And there you can hear the chat going off right now. They're typing to each other about it. A lot of fun to be had here between these two rival teams in Texas. They're having a quite fun time. We're having a blast watching it, Vinny. I know that right here may be coming towards the end, but Texas A&M, they got other plans. Nas gets in with his lobby crunch, and we're still waiting for that mention out from ramp. Here it comes down from Char, who puts a nade to the back of lobby, but now things are still a little bit on the first DEFCON right here for the Cougars.
Yeah, I mean, no doubt about it. But they're still up ahead of this. 4 on 3. Yeah, damage is done. Sure, air switch, not that healthy. Tension, quite low, actually. But wherever they elect to go, as long as they stay grouped up a little bit, they're going to have an advantage there. Already one player down towards the B side of the map. That lower site, that's where Char is currently stationed. Roman up the top side and still eyes on outside. Those eyes spawning out a little bit of something from Mustang. Good from them. This Roman, the 1-for-1. That's not really those types of numbers you'd be hoping for as Nas gets smoked out of heaven. Is this a save call?
It's looking like it. A very bold point, I feel like, on the half to stand on this foot. I don't know if you agree with me. But I guess eventually it's got to catch.
Yeah. I mean, I think that this is one of those annoyingly right calls. If you know what I mean by that.
Definitely.
It's like, this is the percentage play, but down now 12-5. Damn, does it suck to make that.
No, definitely.
And those are the hard calls that Nas has to make as the captain of this team, in-game leader.
That's where those tough decisions come through, the tough calls. Here, you know, look, I think that you kind of have a little bit more limited knowledge maybe start of the season with some of these open premier teams. On this third map, it was more of a question mark here, but rather you remove kind of the element of surprise, I guess, from the University of Houston squad now that Nuke is going to be on notice for their veto from now on forward. I think that Texas A&M, wherever it was, they were not really on the ball tonight, fully on the mark. It was close even on Inferno there to end, but they controlled that one pretty far. You know, I think that it would take a lot for rather the Aggies to kind of mock up a means like that, but on a position to kind of just hand it out, a double timeout back-to-back.
Yeah, and I don't know. I'm struggling to see a way back in here. 7 rounds required in a row for the Aggies. Where shall this cookie crumble? And it seems to be right into the lap of Houston.
Hopefully
done.
they are able to catch it. Yeah, man. Enough said.
Obviously,
no decision to reach for an op or anything. They've been doing quite well with what they've shows, Vinny.
That's true. I mean, not interested, not needed. Koi been kind of playing a really good game individually. Sam doing the same. Those 2 opening picks, spelling destruction, Marky.
Certainly inevitable right now. However, Char, he's got another breath, and it is quite hot. And not going to be able to fully understand it. There's Shin with the kill, and put on the list by Koi. Now Char 1v1, bomb getting planted, quickly pivoted off of it. Koi can just rake this one back, and he's got the headshot. There it is. The Cougars through this back and forth series, put the cap on it, and they win the regional battle of Texas against Texas A&M. They put the details in. Vinny, I gotta say that was a very, very fun one to watch.
It was. I think what's so cool to see about this series is the way that Houston came in. You know, when I was talking to Air Switch, I was asking, like, you know, about what this means to them, what they're looking for. He said, like, this is a bit of a revenge matchup. This is one where we lost it last time, last season. Obviously, Texas A&M, you know, Open Premier champions last time out, last semester. This would be a huge bar for us to cross as the UH Esports program. Well, they've crossed that bar. They have elevated themselves and bested an incredibly strong program here, and it has been around for a long time. A program in at least the Kook side of things that, you know, they haven't been working in Counter-Strike all that long. They've been big in Valorant, but it's not been necessarily something that they have had a lot of Counter-Strike teams kind of do well. They're making that change. They're swapping that up, and it's great to see them jumping out to such an early start in this season.
Yeah, I really got to agree with you. I think that it's very encouraging. I think, you know, the storyline's coming through, like you mentioned, but it's a new season, right? Like, the expectations for Texas A&M are great, but, like, we know that through the game of collegiate, right? Guys will graduate. Things will change. It's a constantly shifting field, right? And I think that in Open Premier, when things aren't that consistent, you're going to have to find a way to kind of play ball either way. And here, look, I think it was just that more consistent style that you saw all the way through by the Cougars, mainly able to kind of just force out those late situations. I kind of say late style, but it wasn't too tactically kind of like expansive by other sides. It was a lot of simple CS played well, and that's what you kind of want to see from squads like this.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think that for me, UH didn't necessarily get too complicated, but they let their you know, individuals that were really playing well, they let those guys come to the forefront, show off what they can do, and stepped up in a big way. And I mean, to be fair, I think tactically they looked good, you know, doing that, but, you know, there wasn't some crazy depth required. And to be fair, Texas A&M, they've never been a team that really goes for that either. What I will say is that TAMU came into this today. Map 1, they didn't look like themselves. I think that we wouldn't see a repeat of that, but they woke up on Inferno. Still, UH made that look very competitive towards the end, and then you swap over to Nuke, and it looked like TAMU ran out of gas a little bit, and UH had plenty in the tank to keep that thing going over the line.
Yeah, I think they were trucking along in this series quite well, but I think that this really gave us everything that we hoped for. I think that the first series we saw tonight with Ashlyn taking that out, it was a 2-0 that they were able to find. We saw all three maps out from Houston and Texas A&M here, but a great night that we had here at the week 2, but that also puts the cap on it.
That it does, yeah. An end for things here. It's been a pleasure to see all of you guys show up and support all of your teams in the chat. It's been a wonderful evening of Counter-Strike, an evening that we are excited to continue to have as we move forward. Don't think we'll be having Counter-Strike next week, but the week after, for week 4, we'll be here back for more. And all of next week, we have even more action here at Playfly, and here for all of our different games. We got Rocket League, COD, we've got Valorant, Overwatch, Rainbow Six, League of Legends, just about anything that will tickle your fancy in the esports world, we've probably got it. So thank you so much for watching. Make sure that you're dropping a follow here on the channel, tuning in and watching things as they go, and we'll see you here next time. Have a good night.